T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
You could have a fun car bumping. This amusement never ends. I wanna be the sledgehammer. Why don't you call my name? Oh, let me be your sledgehammer. This will be my testimony. Yeah. Yeah. Show me round your fruit cage, 'cause I will be your honeybee. Open up your fruit cage, where the fruit is as sweet as can be. I wanna be your sledgehammer. Why don't you call my name? You better call the sledgehammer. This will be my testimony. I'm your sledgehammer. Let there be no doubt about it. Sledge, sledge, Shed my skin. This is the new stuff. I go dance singing. Won't you show for me? I will show for you. Please show for me. I will show for you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Only you. You be coming through. I'm gonna feel that power. A little bit of that power. Come on, help me through. Come on, help me through. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'll be feeding the river. I'll be feeding the river.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning, guys. Oh, man. First thing I want to do is just wish Micah a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, sir. Although I hate to tell it to you, the futures on the stock market today do not look good. They don't look good at all. Oh, they're looking a little toasty. It's so far right now. We've got I think the best looking one's like down 1.2%. The US 30 is down 1.2. US 500 is down 1.43. US Tech 100 is down 1.64. The small cap 2000 is down 1.7. The VIX is up 3.34. It's looking kind of nasty right now. I mean, who knows? They've been doing some weird stuff to the market midday to try and turn it around sometimes. I do think that the Feds tend to kind of, I mean, we'll pull up the VIX here for just a second, and I'll kind of zoom in on kind of what's happening here. The Feds typically don't start really interacting with this thing until it starts getting really close to hitting 35. And I think that right now, as it stands, looking at the SPY, we've completed the process of completing this second pattern, and so we're going to hit that downwards run here. So we're going to have some period of time where this is going to run down. Maybe just the blue line here at 356, but yeah, it's it's looking bad. I think they're going to probably let it run like this for a little bit and see if it can't recover on its own. I think that's kind of the whole idea behind a soft landing. Let it go down in increments. But yeah, the futures on this does not look good. This right here, this whole pattern from our high at 476 and stair stepping its way down. You can come back here to 2020 and look at it, and you could say like, yeah, I see that same stair stepping action a little bit, but it was a much sharper drop on that one. Here's another one here where back in 2018 you did the stair stepping action down, and it finally got to a point to where it fell. I think we're in that stair stepping mode right now. I think the falling portion of this comes later. But the question is when is the VIX going to hit 35? Place your bets. How long for the VIX to hit 35? I think it's coming. It's it's getting there. It's definitely looking like it's getting there. It's good to see you guys again today. Crypto down 42%. What are we? Oh, I wasn't even watching crypto. Oh my gosh. Bitcoin down 5.13%. Looks like, are they going to be breaking now? Is it finally breaking? Because I anticipated a little bit of a break here, similarly to what we saw back here. This little breakdown right, let's see, you guys may not be able to see that. This little breakdown right here, the breakdown just below the red line. I think this is going to rise back up here because it's very similar to what we had back here, and then a rise up before a couple rises before another final dip down to the next level of support. I'm kind of tending to lean towards that happening again. But if the market's telling us right now that they're going to drop Bitcoin now, then my guess is that institutions are expecting to need collateral money soon, very, very soon. So yeah, wow. I just don't know if it's going to break out now, though. It's sooner than I would have thought. See, I thought, if you look back over here, I thought it was going to break out this time early, like about where it's at now. But it didn't. Actually, I would have thought around here. It didn't break out. So I'm thinking the same thing's going to happen like I was wrong last time. I think it's going to continue on, but maybe I'll be wrong this time and it will actually drop. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure what the timing is on all this, but I would be looking for that drop down to 12.3 range. It'll probably be a little bit higher, like it supported here. Initially, it'll drop below 12.3, and then come back up and kind of support right above 12.3. But that's the next support zone. Whether or not it can go beyond that is anyone's guess. I have no idea. I'm not trying to predict beyond 12.3. It's because it'll look nasty if it does. Micah, I will do a toast later today at the end of the day like I do every day, and I'll wish you a happy birthday then. I didn't know if you were going to be here then, so happy birthday now in case you're not here later. I don't expect that everybody's around all the time. So while you're here, sir, happy birthday. Dan, those enormous candles are JP Morgan mucking around in the ADF. I think it's ADF. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think it's the ADF exchange, and it's essentially an off. It's an off exchange ran by FINRA, and the only active participants JP Morgan. We're not 100%. I'm not 100% certain as to where, like, what it is they're doing with that. I've reached out to JP Morgan to try and get comment and have received no comment back from them. It's happening on multiple tickers. It's not just AMC. It's everywhere. You can find it on ETFs. You can find it on everything. It's all over the place. We're guessing, I'm guessing, that it probably has something to do with testing of their Onyx system. Throw the tinfoil hat on for that, but that's their digital currency that they're trying to create for settlement of funds. I'm not sure exactly what it is though. It's just a guess. Suit says, I think after Jay Powell speaks about CPE, VIX might hit 35 by Friday. Say, get out of town, myself. Are you really? What are you getting? What do you? Who or what are you getting married to? I feel like you're pulling our leg here. Is it real? If it's true, how come you haven't said anything about her? What's going on? Tell us some details. No, I'm just kidding. Just I'm not just kidding. No, I'm not just that's a double negative. So you're not kidding. Mm. Miss Tahiti says before MOASS. Miss Tahiti's looking out for you. She's saying make sure you get yourself a prenuptial. Oh, you're not getting married. Okay, sorry. Well, there'll be plenty of fish out there for you, as they say, after this is all over. And I actually feel bad. I feel bad for anybody who's not married and looking to get married, because your life will probably have changed dramatically. And sometimes those changes, whenever large amounts of money are involved, sometimes those changes aren't always for the good. Can lead to problems. So I have reports from. Hold on a second here. And I'm also, yeah. So I don't know if you guys have seen this yet or not. There's the order book over here is just absolutely dead right now. Oftentimes when there's very low liquidity, you see hardly any trades going through, and that's definitely looking like it's the case right now on the order book. Hardly anything's going through. The last orders to go through was 712. As of right now, that's like by my clock on my computer here, that's 7 minutes ago. So the orders, and you can see the orders on the order book are far and few between. There's 6 minute gap right here, a 2 minute gap here, uh, almost a minute gap between some of these here. It's slow, very 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 slow order book. Low liquidity will oftentimes look like this, and you won't see the trading occur until shares are borrowed. So watch the Stonko tracker that I have set up on the page there. When you see the shares start getting borrowed, that's typically when the trades start happening. They need borrowed shares in order to actually make them, well, to somewhat make the market. There's other ways to do it as well, but um, it's much easier to do it when you have something to trade. Uh-oh, the lowrider was off again. There we go. Let's see here. So I have reports that I had a report with some screenshots about share lending. Didn't get any information about which broker it was, but it was a foreign account from Australia, and basically saying that the app is locked up to make us turn on lending now. We can't access. They couldn't access their accounts until they had, I guess, maybe looked at that. Um, yeah, it's getting very, very difficult for them to borrow shares. As you can imagine, um, with cost to borrow, what we've been seeing in like in the 30% range, cost to borrow, 30% I think it was. It's obviously getting very, very difficult to borrow shares. It's time to take a look at the numbers, and I can't wait to see what short exempt volume looks like. We didn't have quite as much volume as I was anticipating yesterday. In the pre-market yesterday, I had guessed between 30 and 50 million, and we fell shy by like a couple million. So about 3 million shy of the prediction. So, and I don't like being over. So I was a little upset about that. Not gonna lie. Um, I got to get good. Got to get better. Of course, I think there's a lot of people who think that there's probably individuals out there. I'm not going to say who, but I would imagine that there's individuals out there that probably would say that it's very easy to guess that kind of volume when you give yourself 20 million gap. And I would say if that's the case, then you should try it. Try guessing what it is without using my method. And I think a lot of people would find really quickly that it's not nearly as easy as they think. But I was still off, and off is off. There's no such thing as being close in stocks. You're either on or you're off. Being close is hand grenades and horseshoes and nuclear bombs. But nobody wants to talk about that. Alrighty, here we go. Let's take a look at our numbers. The glasses are clean. I'm ready for the day today. I've had a little bit of coffee here. I stayed up late listening to. I fell asleep last night listening to AMC Bigham's. He had a live on last night, and it was something worth watching. So I went back and started from the beginning and fell asleep to it. I didn't get to the good stuff. It was terrible. I fell asleep before he got to the good stuff. I heard it in my sleep, I guess, apparently, but I didn't get a chance to see it. I really wish I'd had a chance to see that. When was the last order? 7:12. It's still 7:12. We're over 10 minutes of no trades going through. Either that or my computer's frozen. Let me refresh this. Wow. 12 minutes of no sales, no orders going through the market. Our volume right now is 11.29 thousand shares right now. Super low. Alrighty, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm going to go ahead and log into Fidelity. You guys know what's coming. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to consider it. This is the play of a lifetime. Why not protect yourself from potential threats? If you do all your trading on your phone, I'm going to tell you this actually. If you do all your trading through a phone and you have a lot of shares to sell, good luck. You're gonna be in for. I mean, when I've told you guys before that you're gonna be working real hard on making your money here in the end, and you've got a lot of shares to sell, and you're doing everything through a phone. Good luck, because your work's gonna be really high. There's gonna be a lot of work for you. You're gonna need multiple screens open, uh, placing multiple orders. If you haven't checked into the description box that I've got in for the channel, I would recommend looking into that. I'm going over to the other screen here, so I won't be able to see what you guys are writing from here on out. Hold your thoughts to me directly until after you see the big tramp show back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Starting with price prediction tally marks, guys, this is just for individuals, for apes, trying to keep themselves sharp and guessing price on a daily basis. This is not for financial advice. This is just us betting on ice cream and beer. Don't try to make financial decisions based off of our numbers. Yesterday, I guessed 12 to 15. Eric guessed 1260 to 1560. Keto guessed 1139 to 1439. And Monty guessed 1215 to 1515. Everybody gets a price tally point for the day. So we're going into. Is today Friday? Today's Friday. Wait. Is today Friday? Why am I forgetting if today's Friday or not? Today's Thursday. Dang it. I thought today was Friday. Ugh. I thought we had only. I want to go on my vacation so bad. All right, we got one more day after today. So tally points right now as it stands, we're not all tied. Eric's leading the way here still, but we all get a point when we update that. Eric is leading the way by 1. Short exempt volume. This is what I'm waiting to see here. All right, here we go. Drum roll. I was hoping for more. Well, it's still over 100K. It's 168.6. Utilization, let's check it out. I'm going to update Fidelity, or not Fidelity, Ortex. Fidelity. Update Ortex and see what that looks like. Showing 100%. Let me verify the date. The date is the 29th. That is accurate. 100% utilization now, day number 99. Tomorrow will be day 100 of utilization being 100%. It's extremely long time. Day over day price change. Yesterday we were up 2.02%. We still have had no trades in the time and sales. We're getting darn near 20 minutes of no sales, no orders being placed in the market. Kind of makes me want to go buy right now the 30 shares that are sitting there just to see what happens. Let's see. Moving on to Max Pain. Right below True Demons numbers is Max Pain. It was 13 yesterday. I'm going to say it's going to continue to be, should I say 13 and a half? All right, I'm going to guess on 13 and a half. Nope, still 13. Off exchange. 55.38 was the last numbers we saw the hour before closing, and 9.93 going through the EDGX. The final numbers for the day was 55.28 and 9.9 for a grand total of 65.18, which is 1.18 higher than what I think an average day should look like of off-exchange trading, which means that there was a little extra oomph put into price discovery being tampered with. Taking a look at total institutional share ownership, 190.142 were the numbers from yesterday. Let's refresh that and see what we're looking like today. Seems like we're starting to get some of the institutional ownership reportings for Q2 starting to roll in here a little bit. But still the same number from yesterday, 190.142. Taking a look at some of that Ortex data here a little bit more, not closely, but just looking at it, we have short interest of the free float at 19.53%. Shares on loan dipped Um, it's way more than I would have anticipated. So I thought for sure that we would see, because I think we were at 180 yesterday. It's at 163, so we had nearly 17 million shares returned yesterday. That's really massive. Really, really massive. I mean, I can't stress enough to you guys how much that's really kind of encouraging to me. Um, I know it's going to be scary for a lot of people to see that short interest of the free float dropping, and there's going to be, I guarantee you, there's going to start being reports. People are going to start saying, you're going to start hearing people saying like, oh, no squeeze potential anymore. The free floats, they're closing out positions. They absolutely are closing out positions, but the only reason they do that is just before a price run because they don't want to have the positions open when the price runs. It's bullish, not bearish. The total amount of utilization, like I said earlier, is 100%. Moving to the next spot down on the screen, options. We'll take a look at that utilization on the charts here in just a minute, and the on loan amounts as well. Options at a $27.50. So this, remember, they opened up a new spot here on the options. The new high is 27.5. The old high was 27. There's 157 contracts at 27.5, but I'm not going to count those because there's not a whole lot. Yesterday, the big one, or the big lottery ticket winners were at $27, and there was 13K. There's now 12.9. Highest amount of open interest today is $15, which is what it was yesterday. Yesterday there were 16,000 contracts. Today there's 18.4. On the puts, at a $12 strike. Actually, let me go back up to 10 because 10 was the highest before. Yep, 10's still high. At a $10 strike, yesterday there was 10.6 thousand contracts. There's now 11.1. Still just slightly less than a 2-to-1 ratio. Signaling for a 12.50 close by the end of the week. And we're currently at 13.65. 13.34. I'm not counting pre-market. Let me move a couple screens over. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. I just accidentally drug these out of order. My wife walked over and she distracted my attention. She always catches my eye. Refreshing real quick here. AMC yesterday on Fidelity, highest amount of orders that we had was 54% buys to 46% sales, which is about 6% lower than what I like to see. We were 15th in most overall traded stock according to orders on Fidelity. GME coming in at 22nd with 58% buys to 42% sales. This is what 99 days of utilization looks like on the chart. We're going to drive down here and see just a little bit smaller portion of this. We're going to look at that on loan amount. Big, huge dip. Massive dip in on loan amount. Dipping from 180.71 down to 163.3. Massive dip there. I'm curious if it was, yep, security lending volume. They're borrowing short-term shares to pay down on loan amounts. The total amount of shares purchased in that short-term loan was 27.69 million shares. If we look at the difference, give me a second here, I got to pull up another screen. Let's look at the difference on returned shares versus, let's see, on loan returned. The total amount of returned shares yesterday was 23.39 million. So that means that the difference that they was 13 million. 13 million shares was the difference between how much they returned versus how much they kept. You know, they're holding on to 13 million shares. So how much did on loan amount drop by? It dropped by 180 to 163. Not quite 13 million. So 3 million shares is the difference. They may have found 3 million shares somewhere out there to continue to drop down that or close positions. A lot of borrowing. This is really good. We really want to see this. I can't think of the name. Security lending. We want to continue to see the security lending volume continue to rise. This is these are definitely precursors to big price runs. When the on loan amount drops, if the on loan average age per day drops with it, then older positions are closed. If it goes up, then newer positions were closed. It went down further. So those are some older positions that were closed out. The number for on loan average age per day went from 88.65 down to 86.85. Remember that number, that indicator dipping is always very, very consistent about predicting what futures are going to look like. And that means price runs. Estimated short share interest of the free float dipping as well, as I talked about earlier, from 20.83 down to 19.53. So 1.3% down. All three indicators are heading downwards. All three indicators heading downwards. Right here. Those are good things. All three indicators heading down. Actually, in this case, there's all four indicators heading down. Back prior to January's run, it's really hard to see, and I'm going to have to actually do a screen capture so I don't get stuff continuing to pop up on the screen here. But right here is all the indicators heading down. It's looking good, guys. I like it. SSR trips today at $12.28. Shares having been borrowed. It looks like they borrowed everything this morning. I don't know what the numbers were before. They were zero, but they may have been zero all day long yesterday after the end of the day. They did find 300,000 shares from probably short interest that was closed, and have borrowed some of that. So let's kind of figure out. Yesterday, the total amount of shares that were borrowed according to Stock Tracker was 600,000 shares. Let's see what we've got now. It's 150, 350,000 shares. I don't even have to use a calculator on this one. 350,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Do note that the fees are at 24.8%, which is very high. Currently, there's 123.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 32.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 54.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 7.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Looks like the markets were up some places on the eastern side of the world, but down in others. So FTSE International was down 2.39. 1.9 there. Hang Seng was down 0.62. Nifty 50 was almost breaking even. Shenzhen was up 1.57. Very mixed, very mixed reviews between how some markets reacted yesterday. It'll be interesting to see. I'm expecting a down day today on our market. We finally had an order go through after 7:12. It took until 7:40 before we had a trade that occurred. Almost 30 minutes of no activity in the pre-market. Yesterday we had actually the VIX is, or I mean the IWB was down 0.15 right now in the pre-market. IWD is down 0.46. IWM is down 1.77. Tesla's down 2.09. Amazon is down 1.87. Cinemark down 0.07. Doge is down 9.51. Bitcoin is down 5.3 at 19K a coin. GME is down 2.11. HYMC is down 1.74. Hood is down 0.94, NCMI is down 4.43, and AMC is down 2.64%. Inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had $2 million more in outflow than inflow. And volume this morning is at 11.6 thousand shares traded so far. Super low volume. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.02. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence of those two numbers currently showing, and RSI at 53.58, which is slightly above average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI is at 45.86, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.83, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.83, which is below average. Volatility. I don't even know how there is any volatility on this. Doesn't seem like there should be any. Let me move the SSR tripping point, which for the day today is at 12.28. Usually when SSR doesn't align with synthetic price failure, I don't think that we're going to hit it. In today's particular instance, though, I think there's a chance that that might not be the case necessarily. So I think an SSR trip today is a potential possibility, but I'm not counting on it. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I'm going to start up top here with Savvy. Weird seems like crypto is the only, dang it, it moved. Is the only ticket moving. Casey just breaks the shit down so well. An ape with a brain surgeon degree. I wish, Cole. Although an honorary degree after this is all over would be accepted. I think for sure it would be. I'd take it. Harvard wanted to give me an honorary degree. Hey, that's not going to happen. Big inflation report at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so market is waiting for the news before the trading gets going. That makes sense. Mohammed says, "Hey Casey, what happened to BBIG? I wake up to find Tide in my account. I'm sorry, and I understand this channel is just for AMC. I was wondering if you know what happened to BBIG. I don't. I haven't been keeping track of that, although I have heard people talking about it. But I'm not aware. I really don't. I don't look into it. I wish I could help you, Mohammed, but I can't even begin to tell you how long BBIG has been thrust upon this community as a potential play, and I just don't see it. But it has been probably one of the biggest pushes on this community that I have ever seen in my. It's been so big. It's not the only one, but it's one of the really big ones. There it is. BioLife is helping you out there. BBIG had a spin-off company that issued 1 to 10 shares, a 1 to 10 share on BBIG. For every 10 shares of BBIG you own, you got 1 share of Tide. Boom. There you got it. BioLife pulling through. Thanks, BioLife. What's the ticker for it, Caitlin? And Sean, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Uh, Good morning, Jay. Caitlin says the bank of AMC with a brokerage of its own would be cool. That actually really would be cool. No, I don't think so, Brandon. Good morning, Mike. Is it just I don't think it's just LUNA though. I know. Oh, all right, fine it is. Luna Innovations. I don't think this is it though. I think you want a cryptocurrency and I don't think this is it. It shows up as a different. It's probably USD, right? LUNA USD probably. Nope, that's not it either. Oops. It would help if I spelled it right. Yeah, I don't know what the ticker is. I don't watch cryptocurrencies at all, Caitlin, and I really don't care. I mean, you're gonna have me look at it, right? But why? Like, why look at it? Does it matter? I don't really care. I know that all cryptocurrency are used for pump and dumps. It doesn't matter which one you look at. They're all the same thing to me. It's just kind of like, I don't know, I'm kind of to the point to where it's just kind of like, what's the point in even looking at cryptos? I don't get it. There's no point. Mike says, what was the price run up on the last on loan drop? I don't typically look at it as an on loan drop because I've tried to do correlations between different indicators, Mike. And on loan is not actually there's only really one indicator that you can look at. It's on loan average age per day. But we can look at it and I can show you. But you're going to find that there's inconsistencies with on loan amounts changing. that don't match up with price changes. But you said the last one, so don't count this one right here because that was actually some security lending manipulation that they did right there. So let's see. I guess this might be a kind of a dip-ish right here, right? Before a 34 run. And the high on loan amount was 123 and the bottom was 114. But I think I know where you might be going with this. You might be thinking to yourself like, well, maybe we can predict how high this run's going to be based on how far the on loan amount goes. I've looked at these correlations, man. There's no way you can do that. There's absolutely no way you can you can you can make comparisons like that. Um, and the other part too is I mean, there's a lot of little dips here on loan amounts, and so it's like, how do you figure out which ones are real dips and which one that cause price moving up? I mean, you can see right here, price moved right here a little bit. On loan amount dumped quite a bit beforehand, before this, but most of that on loan amount that dumped right here was actually due to the price fall. It actually had the correlation between on loan amounts that were dipping, was because there was a real sell-off that occurred right here, and it was institutional in Q4. This is actually one of the what I consider to be one of the famous times in our entire history of what occurred. If you look at what happened during this period of time, hold on a second here. On loan, and I'm not remembering which one it is. Exchange reported short interest. Yeah, that's right. This is actually, like, in my opinion, will go down in the history books as a very defining point, where hedge funds were controlling price in here. And then it was December 23rd was the specific date, which is right about here. But because of the event that occurred right here, where exchange reported short interest and on loan amount almost became the same exact numbers, institutions make their money when there's a big gap between on loan amount and how much short interest there is. That's where they're making all their money, is in this gap right here. And the larger the gap, the more money it is that they're making. And when the on loan amount started to drop right here, the institutions were loading up, were absolutely loading up and getting ready for a price run. And so our brokers sold shares into the market, causing an actual rundown, and even further rundown in on loan amount. But because of that, because of them selling into that rundown on loan amount dipping, uh, there was more borrowing that had to occur to suppress price from moving up. So when price started to move up on this little portion right here, they were suppressing price massively and collecting as many shares as they possibly could from brokers, causing a massive amount of loaning. Very, very. This is I believe wholeheartedly that this point in time will be studied in the future. Way, way, way in the future, people are going to look at this and be like, something happened right there. That was a very, very defining moment. I freaked out. I really did freak out, and I was about to start crying. The dam is leaking, and until I figured out what was going on, and then I felt a little bit better about it. But um, because of this defining moment in time, who started controlling price completely flip-flopped. It was no longer hedge funds that were controlling price any longer, and that started on December 23rd. You could see very, very obvious control of price in a much different way that we've seen in the past. And it was primarily control of price through off exchanges instead of we used to get short ladder attacks down all the time, where they would ping pong shares back and forth. Not the case anymore. Completely different. I mean, it doesn't show up like, I don't think it. Yeah, it's Loon. I should have just left out the A. It's just Terra. It's Loon CUS. It's Loon CUSD. So it's probably a Loon currency. But yeah, I mean, There you go. Yay. More of the usual. Carl, I do think you're right. Carl's saying all we need to see is what happens with the utilization. I think we should see a dip eventually. I don't know when that dip's going to be because I actually think that on this run it's going to be a little bit different than usual, Carl. I think the kitchen sink's out there, and I think they're going to throw the kitchen sink uh, after the price starts running, not before. Usually they throw the kitchen sink before. In this particular case, I think they're going to throw the kitchen sink after, but we'll see. I might be wrong. SPY ETFs get closed today, right? I've not heard that. Should be next week for 4th of July. If I don't know anything about that, Alex. Casey, could you take some time at this point to talk about the person who bought all the company's shares, but the next day the stock still continued to trade? Yeah, uh, just briefly, I'll just mention it. The case example that you're talking about. Hold on one second, I'll find it. I can never remember it off the top of my head. Give me just one second, I'll look it up. For those of you who are, since you're asking about this, read this post. This thing is this. I'll just post it up here so you guys can see it. But this thing will just knock your socks off because this article was written in 2014. This guy wrote this article in 2014 and told us everything it is that we're going to experience. 2014, he wrote this article, and we're experiencing it. Global Links Corporation is the one that you're looking for. And I'll just read the short paragraph that he wrote on Global Links Corporation. He says it's an example of how wholesale counterfeiting of shares will decimate a company's stock price. Global Links is a company that provides computer services to real estate industry. By early 2005, their stock price had dropped to a fraction of a cent. At that point, an investor, Robert Simpson, purchased 100% plus of Global Links, 1,158,064 shares, issued and outstanding shares. He immediately took delivery, meaning he had it in street name, of his shares and filed the appropriate forms with the SEC disclosing that he owned all of the company's stock, which you have to do when you own over oh shoot, I think it's 10, 10 or 15%. I can't remember if it's 10 or 15%. You have to file with the SEC. After this, his total investment was $5,205. The share price was at 0.00434, so it was like Bitcoin, or not Bitcoin. I meant Doge. The day after he acquired all the company's shares, the volume of the over-the-counter market was 37 million shares. The following day saw 22 million shares change hands, all without Simpson trading a single share. It is possible that the SEC was conducting a secret investigation, but that would be difficult without the company's involvement. It is more likely the SEC had not done anything about this fraud. I'm telling you right now, guys, you can't lock the float and have anything happen. The market is designed and built to continue to run when there's no liquidity. When they talk about there being infinite liquidity, it is true. They can continue to just print and print and print and print. You can't have an insolvent market. It won't happen. Nothing will happen from it. It has happened on multiple occasions. It happens all the time. And institutions, if you want to go look at CAR, C-A-R, institutions lock the float all the time and nothing happens. All the time. It's happened. Carl says, isn't it good in some way? It's good to see loans being closed and short interest going down with the cost to borrow going up. I think you're right about the extra shares on loan not being short. Yes, those are very, very, very good indicators. Very, very bullish indicators. Completely. Brokers and DTCC are the main big enemies besides hedge bastards. No doubt. You're welcome, Badonkey Kong. Carl, yeah, it is. That article is insane to me. I mean, like we have literally lived through every single thing that's been placed on that article. Everything. Everything that you see in that article is what we have lived through. And then the dude wrote it in 2014. I got to give him credit. His name is Jerry Klein. Uh, I mean, the piece is amazing. It's like he predicted our future. You can't get the DRS people to understand that. I understand. I know you can't, Gus. There's at some point you just have to throw your hands up and say, "Well, you be you. You got to do you. You think it's right. Do what you think is right." But I mean, there's only so much you can say. You can't. I try to argue facts. You throw facts at somebody who DRSs and they just say that's just FUD. That's their answer. It's just FUD. They don't logically come back and say like, yeah, but what about this? Or, what about this data that shows that this has happened? They can't. They can't come up with that data. They don't have any. They don't have any data to prove that a locked float does anything. It's never happened. Not from retail side. And the only time that it ever did happen, it ended horribly. And it didn't even happen. It was close. It was close to happening, but it didn't. And it ended horrible. You just gotta throw your hands up, Gus, and be like, you know what? People are gonna be people. I can't help you. Alan says, morning KC and gang. What's your thoughts on the supposed 8 million order that was done last Friday? People saying we should see a big run up. They have to process that order today. I don't think that's going to be the case, and I think that the 8 million order that you're talking about was mostly traded through off exchange. Even though it showed up on the lit market, I think it was traded. Volume always shows up. It always shows up. That 8 million order all came from ETFs. That's my opinion. So I don't necessarily think that we're going to see any kind of price discovery from that 8 million. Did he get paid? I don't believe so. You can look up that story. I'm trying to remember how the story ended, and I'm pretty sure that nothing ever happened, and they delisted the stock, and it was just a loss. I think. Go back and look it up. His name is, let's see, what was his name? Robert Simpson, and the name of the company was Global Links Corporation. Direct registry. I always forget what that stands for. Why do I forget this? Bleh. It's direct registry something. I always forget. Why do I always forget what the S stands for? It's gonna bother me. System. I wanted to say system. I wanted to say it, but I wasn't sure. Direct registry system, and there's a lot of claims about it, but you really have to kind of go in and do a lot of research about it, Ross. If you're thinking about doing it, Ross, what I would do is I would look at the terms of service and make sure you know how most of us just sign off on the terms of service when you get involved with it. Something like a broker, right? You just hit accept and you're just like you don't actually read anything in there. Don't do that. Actually read the terms of service for computer share or any other company that you would choose to DRS through, because it's eye-opening. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of the stuff that's being said about from people who are pro DRS, and it's there's a lot of things that are being said that are inaccurate. He got fined by the SEC. Get out of town. I don't remember that in the story. I looked it up a long time ago and read about it, but I don't remember that. Yeah, DRS is system, direct registry system, not shares. Yes, Francis, it is below 20. 19. I think it might come back though. I think it might come back up to maybe 22, 23. I think it's going to kind of do this bouncing action a little bit. If you go back, EJ to collector, and look at it, Melvin never owned any shares in any short positions in AMC or GME. So no. You know, it's funny when these stories pop up and people start going ape shit over it. They don't actually go and look and see how many positions are held. Uh, so far, we've had, I want to say, like 4 or 5 different um, hedge funds that have announced that they're closing their doors or have closed their doors, and none of them, out of all the ones that have announced it so far, and I look them up every single time they pop up in the news, none of them have held AMC as of yet. Not currently. I'm not saying they didn't in the past, but they are not currently holding AMC. Very low volume. Oh shoot, I missed the pokey stick. It doesn't matter. We have 71.5 million or sorry, 71.5 thousand shares having been traded. The pokey stick of volume itself was only 39,000 of it, so you know, maybe more than half, just slightly more than half maybe showing up. So yeah, I can't predict more than 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day today. Um, my bet on the VIX to 35, 2 weeks. Come on, you knew the answer. But now that I've said it, I've influenced. Hopefully, I don't influence the votes any. They already seem to be. Uh, they already seem to be stacking there. You want to laugh? Go look at level 2. That's funny. A level 2 on what, BioLife? Wait, let me go back up to see what you were talking about before. Good morning, Brazil. I skipped your comment there. Sorry about that. Let's see here. I don't see it. Yeah, no, it was more than the pokey stick was more than that, Einstein. It was it was 39.2 thousand. But you barely even noticed it. Like normally it catches my eye from the corner of my eye while I'm reading your guys' stuff. Pops up and I go like, "Oh, hey, look, there's the pokey stick." And then today it's like I didn't even notice it. Uh, I may already have that one for you. Yo, check out that link. Position deleted. Go check that out. Yeah, CP, I'm actually so normally I would say this. Normally I would say on any given day that and here's SSR down here at 1228. On any normal day when this doesn't align with a synthetic price failure, I would say no. But I'm actually kind of thinking that it's the market is looking pretty crappy right now. Um, I think that there is a possible chance that we could head down and break that or trip SSR. I think liquidity is definitely very low, hence the reason why there's a lot of I should say a lack of trading that's going on in the morning and such low volume. It's due to a lack of liquidity. So how do you get more liquidity? You got to trip SSR. If they don't trip SSR today, I would say this. They're going to have an extremely hard time uh, continuing to trade, and you're going to see volume drop day over day, more and more and more and more. It's going to get nasty. Not for us. Well, I mean, uh, if they continue to try and drive for SSR each day, we could see price drop for a little bit here before we see a return on it. Uh, Sometimes it used to be in the past where I didn't want SSR tripped. Now I like to see SSR tripped just because I know they'll let the price run a little bit because they're a lot, they can create liquidity when that happens. So, oh dang, snap, dude, guys, look at the order book level. This is what BioLife might have been saying, or somebody who was, I don't know who said it. Look at these orders. Some people are putting in some ridiculous prices in here. 100,000 shares, $100,000 for 146 shares. These are, hold on a second. These are people who are this is the equivalent of what I would consider gamers teabagging, because this is a real teabagging right here. There's some definite price run. Uh, People who are willing to sell their positions at enormously high prices. Why is this happening? A lot of times people will put in really weird bids just to see if the order book's even registering. If you want to see, now is a great time, right? When the market's not trading very many, You could throw in something ridiculous in here, a limit order, to see if your order's actually making it to the lit market. So you could throw in, because there's plenty of room here for some more orders to pop in. If you were to place a limit order, and you could just do it for a small fraction of shares if you didn't want to risk anything, but put some outrageous price in, like others have done in here, just to see where your orders are actually being routed to. If you don't see it pop up on the screen, then likely it is that your broker is not pushing your shares to the lit market, because it should sit there and park and just wait. Cole, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Philip, good morning to you, sir. I have an agreeable radio voice. Nobody's ever told me that before. When I was a kid, I used to listen to Casey Kasem, uh, namesake, right? And I used to love Casey Kasem. I loved listening to Casey Kasem when I was a kid. God, that guy was so good. I don't know what it was, but he was fun to listen to, even though he wasn't really that fun. But he always told you something about the band or the group or the song that you didn't know. And I really love like those like really kind of cool random facts about the artist. I think that's kind of, I don't know. I like history, I guess. I like hearing about history, which is probably why I kind of like the Elvis movie. That I learned a lot of things in there that I didn't know. Look at VI, both lines ran up. They did right here. I don't really like looking at the vortex indicator on the minute, but you're right. You're not wrong though. Um, Last night I was talking. I don't know if I should say his name, so I'm not going to say it, just out of the respect that I didn't ask first. But um, I was talking to somebody that I met last night that Pantheon introduced me to, and Pantheon's like, "You're not allowed to say my name either." But Pantheon introduced me last night, and we ended up talking. I don't even know how long we were talking for. It seemed like hours. Like, I see. Well, it was hours because we got on the phone call conversation at 8 my time and didn't get off until 11:30. So we were talking for hours, and I mean, there's some really cool stuff that hopefully I think he may have learned from me, and I learned from him as well. Some really neat things that I saw. Which I don't even think I've ever. Yeah, I've never played around with the settings here. Um, one of the things that he was showing me, if you take this out to, I probably should go out further than the daily, and I need to get rid of some of these indicators. Yeah, that'll work. So taking a look at the vortex indicator in here, you can change the period of time that it's looking at. Normally it's set up for 14, but you can play around with this. Let's see, you got to get rid of the stuff on the screen here. But you can increase this, and you can watch for these wave patterns to kind of, if you're watching the vortex indicator at the bottom of the page, you can see these. You can see where depending on how long the time frame is, you can see some very interesting things occur. One of the things I'm going to point out to you guys as I start to kind of move this a little bit here is I want you to see that in the past, whenever we've had actual price runs, the white line, which is the buying pressure, moves up. You see that happening very consistently with whenever there's buying pressure. But what I want you to notice is that 34.33 run that we had right here, where I told you guys that who's controlling price is no longer the same. And when they ran this price up here to try and sucker people into buying options, you can watch this as you change the this value and watch the wave. Look at the wave follow in here into that point where it meshes up with the RSI here. What line do you see going up? Do you see blue or do you see red orange or whatever color you want to call that, or do you, which is selling pressure, or do you see buying pressure going into it? You see where I'm going with this? It was a trap. It was a trap all along, and if you watch the indicators, you would have seen it coming. This vortex indicator is amazing. It saw that coming and was saying, no, no, this is a trap. Don't do it. And people bought right into it. But guess where the white line's starting to move now? Look where it's signaling now. Ooh, it's getting ready to cross over here. Oh, oh, oh. And then here we are, current. It's crossing over, guys. That white line is starting to cross. There's a divergence occurring. I don't know if you're looking at the very end. Hopefully you're looking at the very end down here. But you want to see that. You want to see the white line crossing upwards, not downwards. And so this was really cool. I've never seen anybody adjust the period of time that Vortex Indicator looks at to give that representation of buying pressure and selling pressure over longer periods of time. It's actually really kind of neat. I was excited when I saw this because it does show you. It shows you real signals. Anyways, 13, 14, there we go. Cool stuff. This is the kind of thing that I'm telling you guys, when you find that person, when you find somebody who shows you things and you bounce ideas off each other. I call it iron sharpening iron. I can't say it. Iron. I can't say it. But iron sharpening iron is something that I heavily talk about. And when you find people who help you to sharpen your iron and you can bounce ideas off those people, you hold on to those people. Hold on to them. I'm not kidding. You got to sharpen those irons. Because that's beautiful stuff. That's where beautiful things happen. Keto, I got you in 1178 to 1478. Sean says, was that 146 shares at 100,000? I don't see that. I think, yes, it is 146 shares at 100,000. Make sure for pre-market and after hours Apex, make sure that it's make sure that the order amount's over 100. It might make a difference. I feel like there's something like that. Well, you know what was really crazy to me is I don't really come across too many people. Son of a biscuit. I reset the values on my indicator. I gotta put them back. Hold on a second. I just noticed at the bottom that the colors are all off, and I was like, wait a minute, something's not right here. That's not quite right. Son of a biscuit. There we go. Anyways, what I was saying was, is the person I was talking to last night was looking at vortex indicator and RSI, and he didn't. I don't think he knew what I look at, and when he pulled up his charts and he had vortex indicator and RSI on his page, I was like, he didn't hear me because he was talking, but I said, I love you. I don't know if Pantheon caught it or not, but I said, I love you. I don't find it very. It's very rare for me to find people who are watching Vortex Indicator and RSI as their main staples for watching tickers. Usually it's MACD or VWAP. A lot of stuff like that. You got to find what works for you, and when you run across somebody who thinks the way that you think, it's different. Jeff says he got his iron sharpened yesterday. That's good, Jeff. It's good to get your iron sharpened. Iron. Casey Goodread, dumb question. If 1,000 shares that I want to hold forever, should I transfer back to Fidelity and just request papers? You can't get paper certs through Fidelity, and you know, you do what you got to do, man. I'm not going to sit there and tell you one way or the other. I think it's a bad thing personally for myself. It violates my rules. I understand why, a lot of people are saying like, well, I'm going to plan on holding these shares forever. Um, and I would suggest this. Are you really? Are you really going to hold those shares forever, even beyond? I mean, think about it for just a second. If it's you, think about this for just 1 second. Imagine I'm just gonna pretend that you own 100 shares, and imagine that 10% of it you're gonna put to the side because you're like, I'm never getting rid of these shares. I get that, right? I totally get it. I've said the same thing. When I buy back in, I'm gonna buy in for 125 shares. I've committed to it because 4.1 million people divided by 516 million shares is 125, 126. So I'm gonna buy 125 shares back later at another point in time. But I'm going to continue to hold all of my shares until the point that I sell. Let me ask you this question. Doesn't matter what the price is going to be, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, doesn't matter what the price is going to be, but are you really going to look at all of those shares and say, whatever that 10% amount is, or maybe 20%, or whatever you decide to put aside, are you really going to say at some number, I'm not going to I'm going to continue to hold these forever? Because I'm almost positive that you're going to look at those shares and you're going to say, I want that money. I'm just telling you right now, I think you're going to look at those shares and I think you're going to be like, that could pay my taxes for everything that I just made. Or whatever it is, you're going to look at it and you're going to see things a lot differently than how you're seeing them right now. Right now, you're saying, yeah, I'm going to hold on to these shares anyway, so I might as well just put them someplace where it doesn't matter what happens, right? And it's a great Disneyland kind of thought, right? Small world, happy little characters running around and everything. Cool. I think that's great, man. But I think you're going to feel differently when the price is actually running up to insane prices and you're going to start panicking. And some of the decisions that you make will be on the fact that you're panicking. Do not put yourself into a panic state when you have a lifetime opportunity because you're going to be panicking. You want to get rid of those emotions. Dan, what in regards to what I'm just now starting to read again what you guys are saying here, but Dan, in regards to doesn't that give the algo a selling signal? Cole says MACD is overrated. That's how I feel. I swear to you, though. I'm going to say this. I have, in my lifetime, I've spent a lot of time with some really good traders, people who day trade and swing trade, people who, it's the same thing really. People who are long-time investors, long-term investors, and I'm going to tell you right now that overwhelmingly, MACD is used by those individuals, and I'm talking about people who are millionaires. So I can't discredit MACD. I know it works. I know those. If you know how to read MACD, it'll work for you. If you know how to read it correctly. However, if you don't, if you don't know how to read those things, it's pointless. It's a pointless indicator that's not going to help you. You need to know how to read your indicators. They don't issue those anymore, BioLife. It would be kind of cool to have, but they don't issue them, as far as I understand. Jim, I don't see anything. I don't see any indicators to me that look negative, if that's what you're asking for. I can never guarantee you of anything. I forget the indicator, Caitlin. I used to have it pulled up a long time ago. You'll have to remind me what it is. I used to have. Let's see if I have it still. I really don't. There's indicators that you look at that I just don't care about. The ruble to the American dollar. I think I had it pulled up on TradingView. I'm looking through my list here. Why don't you just tell us what it is that you're seeing? Because I'd rather you just tell us what you're seeing instead of looking at it. Because I honestly don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Tammy, yeah, I'll check it. Hold on a second. Let's see here. MACD only shows stuff when it crosses over. If it doesn't cross over, it doesn't show anything. I've actually seen instances, Caitlin, where MACD, I've seen MACD signal too early sometimes. I've actually seen crossovers that have signaled and then nothing happens, and then the signal changes. So this is why I'm really just not good at reading MACD. I don't like it, and I think Vortex Indicator is much linear, and I read things way better when they're linear. So Jim says I'm panicking now, questioning why I didn't sell last June. I know that's their goal, and let's be honest, they have achieved their goal with many. I don't know why you're panicking. Nothing's changed in nothing's changed to the worst that I can see. Uh, CS does send you a sheet of paper, but it's not a because they didn't send when I bought my share through CS, they sent me a paper, but it's not anything you. It didn't look like anything I'd want to frame. Jay, thank you very much. Time to take a break here. No need for speed. He's right. I actually usually go at 7:30. It's just lately I've been extending it. Yeah, they sent you a statement with AMC stock. Yeah, I got that too, but it was not. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't a real stock certificate, so I didn't see any need to frame it. Brocape says, "Wow, that vortex indicator is a good tool. We'll definitely use from now." I think it's a great tool. But you guys know I got ADD, right? You understand that my mind works differently than most people, and I see things linear. The vortex indicator is a great oscillating indicator for buying and selling pressure in a what I would consider to be a linear fashion. Uh, Oftentimes, I've talked. The parallel that I've made in the past is that if you can read sheet music, MACD is your friend. If you can read guitar tablature, the vortex indicator is your friend. Now, if you don't do music at all, you're going like, what the hell is he talking about? Well, the difference is that in sheet music, you read both the treble clef and the bass clef. So you're reading both up and down while you're reading from left to right. Whereas with guitar tablature, you're just reading straight across. And that's the difference between the MACD and the vortex indicator, because the vortex indicator is a guitar tablature. All you're doing is reading two oscillating lines in a linear fashion that shows you what's occurring with buying and selling pressure. So for me, it's so much easier to see what's happening. Whereas with MACD, it's more robust, but so much more confusing if you're not understanding some of the different movements that are occurring, what I'm going to say, between the bass clef and the treble clef. And I know that's not exactly because it's got different indicators that are all involved in one. So I'm just throwing that out there. Simple mind, simple indicators. That's me. PCE inflation index rises 0.6 in May, core up 0.3. Wow. Thank you for that, Lisa. Nikki's got a little of that too. I think maybe we all have just a little. Yep. Salty Dog said Fidelity called me yesterday, asked me if I wanted to join their stock lending program. Earlier, I'd stated we had somebody in a foreign country who said that their broker wouldn't let them get into their brokerage account until they had gone through a stock lending program. Guys, I'm telling you, I can't stress enough. It is getting very, very difficult for them to borrow. They need more shares. Savvy says, I feel silly looking for an attorney and finance person right now. I agree. I understand. I get it. They might make you feel silly even, but don't let it happen. Don't let it demand authority. That's not the right thing to say. Demand respect. Go in there pretending that you already have that money in your pocket, but you're not willing to discuss it with them until they're willing to discuss with you their terms. And just do everything you possibly can to just pretend that you have that already and that you're ready to go, but you want to find out who they are first. But demand that respect. And I guarantee you that if you go in there with that confidence and you talk to people like you have it already, you're going to get a different response and you won't feel the way that you feel. Demand that respect because money does crazy things. It gets you a lot of respect, and all you got to do is just pretend like you already got it. And it doesn't matter if you do or you don't. Just if they question you about like your position or what's going on, just say, I'd rather not talk about it. Let them know that you're not willing to discuss specifics until they're willing to discuss their terms. They'll understand. It's not every day that somebody people walk into these guys all the time who are rich and and ask them what they're willing to get out of a deal or working with them, and they know how to deal with those people, and usually a lot of people with money don't just walk in there and fold and be like, oh, I'll just sign up with you. They investigate. They want to know. They want to know how their money is going to be treated, what kind of benefits they're going to get out of being with the person. It's time to start acting like you got it. I'm assuming that you're talking about 2 weeks from now, Lost Pro. I would guess you're talking about 2 weeks from now. And all it is that those are well, let's see, is that quarterly? No, that's not going to be quarterly. It's going to be month. Oh, I think those are semi-annual. 6 month. I think those are 6 month. Are they 6 months or not? I don't know. 6 months should have been this month. Those aren't quarterlies. I'm not an options expert, Lost Pro, but if I had to guess, those are probably 6 month. Those are some longer. You have a couple different things that are happening. You have monthlies that are probably expiring, or not monthlies, but 6 monthlies and weeklies that are expiring all at the same time. That would be my guess. It's not a quad. I know it's not a quad witching date, but it is. It's probably two different dates, probably weeklies and monthlies that are falling. I know it's not quarterlies because we just had quarterlies. And so the reason why those numbers are so high was because those were created at least 6 months ago. I wonder if they're yearlies. They could be yearlies. Oh, I bet you that's what they are. They're probably yearlies. That would make a lot of sense because our price a year ago was much, much higher. That's going to be what it is, Lost Pro. They're yearlies. They got to be yearlies because a year ago our price was high enough to where the volatility would have caused there to be a lot of positions open or being able to be purchased at higher values, higher strike prices. All right, I'm out of here, guys. I get talking and I want to answer questions. Yeah, I've noticed the order book. I think a lot of people are testing because the we had like 30, almost 30 minutes of time where we didn't have we had a lot of time where there were no orders going through, and sometimes people test the order books during that time to make sure that their orders are making it to the lit market, and I also call them teabaggers. If you look at the, I'm gonna take my camera off now because I'm leaving anyways, but if you look at the order book here, you'll see that these are gaming teabaggers. They're teabagging the system. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take off here. I will see you guys back at 8:15, and we'll get this market started. I'll do my price predictions, and we'll have a good Thursday, which I thought was Friday. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to set everything up for the music for you guys. And I forgot to change the music again, so you guys got to suffer one more day. Sorry. I was talking last night. See you guys in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, guys, I am back, and Watcher 2000 was asking about the CPE data. Lisa had come in here earlier and posted that up, and I actually didn't look it up for myself. I'm taking the word for it. Believe she said, I'm looking for it right now. Hold on a second. It was 0.6 and 0.3, I thought, but I'm looking for it again. Why am I not seeing it? There it is. I gotta copy this down. No, I don't. Boom. I think that is the very first time, Lisa, that I have ever pinned somebody else's message up. PCE inflation index rises 0.6 in May, core up 0.3. That's the first time. I think that's the first time I've ever posted somebody else's post up there. Perfect music for washing your hair, myself says. Guys, we have a community here. We have a community, and things happen inside of our community, and I do make general announcements like birthdays, like Micah. Micah, happy birthday today. But we also have bad announcements that sometimes come through. And I'm just going to say that Tammy McClanahan, she lost her nephew, and I just want to say, prayers go out to her and her family as they're dealing with the loss. I'll talk about it. I hate it. There's two things I hate more than anything in the whole wide world. It's weddings and funerals, because damn it, you can't stop from tearing up and getting moisture in the eyes. But I feel for you, Tammy, and for your loss, and for your family's loss. But we don't just discuss birthdays; we discuss losses and families, and we're a community, so we reach out. I can't do it. It's so hard. I feel for you, Tammy. I really do. It sucks. I've gone through loss several times, and I know how much it sucks. Give me a second. Okay, I'm better. Moment of silence for Tammy there. That's what that was. Let's see. I've got a lot of people talking about this. I'm going to take the picture off here for just a second to look at the order book. I'm going to note here a lot of people are seeing this stuff that's going on over here on the column on the bid side, or the ask side rather. And all I'm going to say is that what's going on over here is a lot of times people will do tests to see if their orders are going directly to the lit market. And I've done this before myself, and I've seen my Fidelity limit order go through. And if you place it right at the right time, I've done this before a long time ago. I did it through Fidelity. I placed the order in the aftermarket hours just before the market, like within the last few minutes of market closing, of after hour closing on a Friday, because I wanted to see what would happen, because a lot of people had said, that they would stop loss hunt. So I put in something kind of ridiculous. Maybe it was like $120 or something like that. I put 120. I put in a weird number though. I put in like 120.35, and so I would know that it was specifically my order. And it actually sat there. It popped up, and it sat there for the whole weekend. It showed up the entire weekend long, even though I had canceled my order after market had closed. I canceled my order. It still showed up on the lit market for the rest of the weekend on Webull. And so it was kind of cool for me, because I went back and I was able to keep looking at it throughout the entire weekend to see my orders still listed on the order book. I was like, hey, that's me. It does happen. People can go in there, and some people are going like, yeah, but some brokers don't even allow you to go that high. Like, how are they getting in these 1,000, 5,000, 10,500, 50,000, 100? There are brokers out there, guys, who do allow outrageous amounts for you to put in there. And I like to refer to these guys as our teabaggers. These are the guys that like to poke fun of hedge funds when there's low liquidity, and they like to say, look, you can have my shares, but it's going to cost you 100,000 a share. Um, they're out there. We got teabaggers. You got to love the gaming community. They have a sense of humor. It's a different kind of sense of humor, but it is one. And let me tell you, it's always nice to have those kind of guys on your side. So, I think. Good morning, Grandpa. Doge, you were asking me about my truck earlier, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. Um, does it run on something? I don't know what that is. I'm gonna go with no. Whatever that was, I don't know. It doesn't. No, it doesn't run on that. Yeah, every broker's a little bit different, Duncan. Fidelity's actually had. I don't remember what their original. I really can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but Fidelity usually has like a set number that they go by, and then during times of extreme volatility last year, they raised the percentage to like I think it was 500% or something like that. Uh, I'm pretty sure it was I think it was 500%. So whatever price was 500% more than that you could do. So if I actually tested it out. That was the reason I tested it out. I wanted to see if Fidelity was being truthful about what it was. So whatever the number was, I went just 1% higher and to see if it was true or not, and it was indeed true. So you're welcome, Tammy. We just have a few more minutes left here before market open. I really need to come up with a price prediction really quickly here. Um, I'm gonna go with the same numbers as I had yesterday. 12 to 15, no change. I haven't. Have you guys seen Monty? Did Monty come in and place his price prediction? Yep, there it is. I see it. 12.15 to 15.15. That's the same. He went with the same numbers he did yesterday. That's funny. That's really cool. I'm with you. Doug's going 13.16. Harry. By the way, Doug, Doug. Hope you're feeling better, buddy. Hope you and the family are both feeling better. Actually, you got your price prediction the other day, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Alrighty, guys. It's about time for us to start out the day here. I will see you guys after market open. We'll get this show started. See you guys in a bit.
T minus 90 seconds and counting. All All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. I was shoving down some food down my mouth. My wife brought home some food for me real quick, and I jumped back over here real quick to get back on. And I was like, "Oh crap, I gotta get back on." And so I'm gonna step aside for just a minute here. I'm gonna leave you guys alone to we don't want to see this continue to drop. So when I leave, price normally goes up. So give me just a few more minutes. I'm gonna down the rest of my food real fast, and then I'll come back over here. Let me just get through this and without give me give me just a few minutes. I'll be real quick. Be right back. She got me McDonald's. I'm eating a what am I having? And sausage egg McMuffin and coffee and a hash brown, whatever you call those things. So yeah, not steak. Not steak. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Not too long. Shoved it down my face. Alrighty. We got about 20 minutes more here until we look at our numbers. VIX is up 4.9%, up to 29.54. And I see that the 2 weeks vote is losing its muster. We got some 1 weekers coming in here. How long for the VIX to hit 35 with the Fed's sledgehammer? The question that's really the big question for me is what sledgehammer are they gonna drop this time to try and drop price? I'll say this. Um, with Bitcoin dropping down the way that it is right now, I would suggest that the market is viewing that as a need for more collateral. What is this on my drink? They need more collateral. So what's going on there? Um, is the market basically signaling that they're going to need this before the market drops? That's the big question. I kind of anticipated a little bit of a dip down, very similar to what we had right here, occurring again, and I kind of felt like maybe we might rise back up, maybe to say about the 22-23 range, at least once or twice more, similarly to how we had back here before we might see a drop down. Although, I mean, if the market's just ready to go and the market's ready to go and people, the market's pulling more money out of Bitcoin, um, I don't know. We'll see. We will absolutely see. All right, let's see what you guys are writing here. I have not heard anything about that, David. Yeah, that's news to me. Uh, how would I score a McDonald's breakfast compared to an English breakfast? I quite honestly, I mean, I've seen some English breakfasts before, um, and I don't know. I really don't know. I'll say this: I love their tea, English breakfast tea. That is some good stuff. First time I ever had that was on a flight from I don't remember where we left from, but well, it had to have been Seattle. I'm pretty sure it was Seattle or San Francisco. I don't remember which, but and then we were flying into London, I believe. And on that flight, they had tea time, and I'll tell you what, I've never had milk and sugar both in my tea at the same time on a warm tea. That is, I have a hard time drinking it any other way now. English breakfast tea is my favorite. Love it. Yeah, I don't. It's hypothetical. I haven't even heard. This is the first time I've heard about it, David. I haven't heard anything about it before, so. Doug says, wife said she can smell the hash browns. Thanks a lot, Casey. It's our last day of soups. Oh man. That probably was the worst part about getting COVID was not being able to smell. And we lost it for a while. In fact, the very first, my wife remembers very vividly that when she lost her smell, the first thing she noticed that she couldn't smell was Panda Express. Um, Normally you can smell that place when you're just pulling up on it. She said she couldn't smell anything. We were like, uh-oh. That's the true test if you have COVID or not. If you can't smell the Panda Express, you're in trouble. I've never had an well, a proper English breakfast, no. Yeah, I'll pass on the mushrooms. If there's mushrooms in it, I pass. You know what, Doctor? I had actually tuned into that last night. I think somebody had posted into my Discord that AMC Bigums was live and that he was going over some good stuff. So I went on to his stream as I was getting ready to fall asleep, which would have been 11:30ish my time. And I started listening, and he was kind of. It sounded like he was like on the back end of talking about something. So I rewound all the way back to the beginning of his stream, which was like 2 hours. And I was like, well, I guess I'll be falling asleep to this one. So I started listening to it, and he takes forever to get into his videos. I'm sure it's not really a complaint. I'm sure I have my own flaws as well, but so I like had to fast forward to get to where he starts talking, and I was waiting, and he was like, "Well, we're not going to get into it right away, but later I'm going to be talking about." It. I was like, "Oh no, I'm not going to make it," and I didn't. I fell asleep before he got to the good stuff. I was so disappointed, but he was talking in my ear when I fell asleep, so maybe I absorbed it somehow magically in my sleep. I don't know myself. I kind of view I view mushrooms as, I know where they grow. I don't want to put it in my mouth. Captain says our true COVID test is a porta potty. That's gross. But it probably works. My wife laughed at that one. Uh, Glenn says, can any of you point to a single thing Bigums has been correct about? Oh, come on, Glenn. Uh, it's terrible. Wow. I just want to go on the record as saying that our price predictions for the day today, and I know we got like 12 more minutes before I cover it, but it is very, very tight on for all of our predictions. Very, very similar. Most things grow in compost. It's not the same, Alex. It's not the same. The dirt to compost ratio is way different. Don't even start with me. I know I've seen the episode of Dirty Jobs, Alex. You can't change my mind. The ratio's not even close. And the crazy part to me, Alex, is that like, they don't wash that crap off. It's still stuck on there. Even when you get it in out of the store, it's still on there. You wash your mushrooms all you want. It's still stuck. Maybe if maybe if the mushrooms were like uh if you shaved off like every outer edge of the mushroom, I would probably maybe then consider eating it. Because guess what? They don't look the same on the underside than they do on the top side. Of course, you could probably say that about a lot of things. So, oh, I'm not going to beat you up, Glenn. Uh, I'll just tell you were wrong yesterday. You were really, 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 really wrong yesterday. But I'll say this. Um, I can't ask you the same question that I would ask normal shills because I don't think you would come up with the same answer. Because normally what I do is when shills come in, I say, I say something along the lines of, uh, "Oh my gosh, this is terrible, Glenn. What should I do? What should I? I don't know what to do, Glenn. What should we do here?" And I think your answer is still going to be hold. So so even if I asked you, it's still going to be the same thing. So I don't understand why the negativity, but whatever. I'm not doing it. I don't care, Haze Monster. I'm not doing it. I don't care. Sir Poker says after cutting away the stalk of the mushroom, put some cheese in that area and bake it for 15 minutes. It's delicious. See, that's the thing, Sir Poker. Like, I don't feel like you should have to mask the taste of a food to make it better. You know what I'm saying? Like legit, if it's really a food you want to eat, you should just be able to just pop it in, no matter what it is, without any kind of modification to it. And it's just like the most delicious thing you've ever tasted in your whole life. That's food. Then you can start mixing things into it to see if you can't excite the taste buds just a little bit more, like bacon, because bacon's good with everything. But you just start throwing cheese and other stuff on top of something, you're just masking the taste. And it's like, why? It's like, I just not eat it. It doesn't taste good. Harry Parrot says, hypothetical, what if the meme stock GME or Apes bought Robinhood? Wouldn't that be a form of market change? It would be a way of a company doing things the correct way. You know, uh, a long, long time ago, my mom and I were talking about things, and she's like, "How come no apes put together a brokerage company and then they just transfer their shares over to that broker?" And I'm like, "That would be really, really cool if somebody did that." And I'm like, "But I'm not doing it because I don't even know how. I wouldn't know the first way to, the first thing about starting up a brokerage. But it would be really cool to do. I would really like to see somebody do that. A broker that doesn't lend out our shares. Although, guess what? Turns out lending does help a squeeze play. Believe it or not. It is the one of the main ingredients in baking a MOASS cake. In case you guys don't remember, our baking of a MOASS cake, the loaning of shares is definitely part of it. It's when we made it. Actually, I wonder, can I copy and paste this? Hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I can copy and paste this. It's gonna let me. Oh, it will let me. It's gonna look terrible the way it's all set up there and spacing and everything. But cake baking ingredients. Buying volume is the flour. Holding is which can be seen through OBV is milk. Synthetic shares is butter. Short interest is sugar. Utilization is eggs, and CTB is baking powder. Guess what? CTB is loaning of shares. Utilization is loaning of shares. Short interest is loaning of shares. Three of them of some of the ingredients, three out of those ingredients, those six ingredients, all have to do with loaning of shares. If you don't have loaning of shares, you don't have a squeeze. You don't have MOASS. You got something entirely different. No MOASS without volume. no volume if there's no lending. No lending, no cake. You can't have a cake and eat it too without lending of shares. I know it sounds so counterintuitive to everything it is that we've been talking about for so long. It's true though. Boss Blunts is starting a brokerage. Interesting. Captain Awesome, I like it. Don't know how you're gonna get it done, but I like it. Although I have a feeling there might not be a problem with that already, but I'm judging without knowing. No, Alex, we've been we trans with the volume that we had on Friday, this last Friday, we had I announced on Twitter that we'd moved into the bang. And the conditions for the bangers that price remains relatively the same while volume drops rapidly day over day until we get our next pop of volume and price. Brenda says, Casey, can you pull up the FUTU customer agreement and scroll down to number 5 and clear up the FUD that moooo does and is a payment for order flow broker. Oh, is it payment for? I don't know what PFOL is. Payment for order. I think L's not by F. I don't know what that is. Broker and clearinghouse. Probably not live. I can go pull it up later because I'll sit here forever trying to pull it up and find it. If you just want to provide a link that gets us right to it, I'd show it. Or if you want to, I'll tell you what would be even better is if you just posted it somewhere. You could join the Discord and post it there for everybody to see, and it'd be a lot easier. Casey, what is the icing? That's a great question, Arthur Martin. Because cooking is kind of like the time, right? And afterwards, the icing is basically the money. It's the money. Oh wait, what did Sir Poker say? Did he make a comment? Oh, okay, it's just the old one. Oh, Arthur Martin said, Casey, go down to your local street corner and get a bag of shrooms. They're going to taste like crap, but in 30 minutes, your mind will change. No, I can't even begin to tell you how that's not the case. I live in Texas, so any bag of mushrooms that I could buy here in this state would not be the kind that you're thinking of. And I can't change my mind on it. I've had mushrooms on several occasions. Not going to happen. The worst thing is people try to fool me sometimes by putting into food and then not telling me it's there. And then I get one of those shrooms in my mouth and it's like instantaneous. The quality of the taste of the food goes down instantly. That bite, the moment that I get the shroom bite in there, usually it's in cream of mushroom that people make for Thanksgiving. The minute that some of that mushroom makes it into my mouth, it's just like, this is trash, and I just can't eat it. Okay, yeah, payment for order flow. That's what I kind of thought you were writing. Look, guys, you know the mantra around here. The baking of the cake. If somebody's trying to sell you on doing something and it doesn't have something to do with the ingredients of baking a cake, or it takes away from any of the ingredients of baking a cake, then it's not the right thing to do. You have a MOASS cake, you have your ingredients, you know what they are. Bake a cake. Bake a MOASS cake, because that's what we're here to do. Anything else anybody else tries to sell you on is trash because it's not a cake. It's like mushrooms in a cake. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, cool. Everybody, I'm gonna go to Brenda's YouTube. Brenda wants she's posted a video on it. That's awesome. I'm going to find it 1 second here, Brenda. I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna post it up and people can go watch it. I haven't seen it myself, so I don't know. Give me 1 second. There it is. Let's see, copy. So there's the link to Brenda's video. I haven't seen it yet. Shoot, I just closed that out. Dang it. No, 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 stop. Go back. I think I might have accidentally pasted the wrong thing to you guys. Nope, that's right. Give me 1 second. Did I paste the wrong thing? Hold on, hold on. Okay, I did paste the right thing. Oh, it's like 15 seconds long? Dang, that was like super quick. All right, let's put it up. Do I have your permission to put it up on the stream? It's like super short. Let me know if I have your permission to put it up on the stream. But anytime you guys decide to invest through any broker, I would suggest that you guys, no, I'm not talking about you, Badback. There was a, anytime you decide to get into a broker, I would highly recommend that you guys look at terms of service. Highly recommend it. So terms of service is like really, really important. I know it's something that we all click through, right? Like as soon as you get in there, you get this huge thing. It's like, it's whatever, approved. Oh shoot, what's this? Oh, but yeah, don't do that. Anytime you're going to go with a brokerage, make sure you know what the terms of service is. Doesn't matter who they are. You should know. Go through those terms of service and find out some of the. I mean, there's issues with every single one of them. It's so gross, Duncan. I can't even imagine. I don't really like oysters either. It's like oysters and mushrooms go right hand in hand together in terms of tasting the same. That sounds so gross. Okay, Brenda says it's okay for me to watch the video. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm going to watch the video, I think. Yes, I am. Here it is. All right, it's like short 15 seconds. Let me make sure I'm not going to blast anybody out here. Turn the volume down just a tad. Here we go.
Moomoo uses payment for order flow, and here's the proof. CSI did a video about this, and I hate to admit it, he was right, but I'm woman enough to admit it. I'm woman enough.
She's woman enough to admit it. I wasn't trying to play that over. I was just trying to go to the spot where it says about Futu's fees. Such benefits may include payment from third parties for order flow, interest charges, fees for certain services, and in certain situations, commissions or other transaction-based compensation for securities trades. The fees and other revenues Futu may receive are not based on the profitability of my account. They are based upon the value of the volume of trades I undertake through Futu as well as the value of assets in my account. I understand that information about Futu's fees and charges is available on their website and on the attached fee schedule. Read through this stuff, guys. It's there for you. The information you want's there. You just got to go through and you got to read the terms of service. I know it's painful, but it's your money. You're welcome, Badback. Uh, and Brenda, this is not to be against you, and I need to start taking a look at the numbers. I just want to mention that even though you did the video, and I know I can see obviously that's what it is you're looking at, I do want to just put out there that obviously I'm not looking at this myself. I think every single one of you guys should verify this information out for yourselves. Don't just take Brenda's word for it. Don't take my word for it. Look for yourself. I cannot state this enough. I know you guys just want to hear things. You want us to tell you things, but you gotta figure it out on your own and see if what people are saying is the truth or not. Go do your research. I know it's painful. I know that it's easier to just listen to people, but this is your money you're talking about. It's your future. Do your homework. I would imagine, that they're going to internalize almost all their orders to begin with, more than likely. That's usually the case. All right, I got to get to the numbers here, guys. I'm trying to scan through the rest of these real quickly here, but I'm going to move on. Yeah, Brenda's like, exactly, do your own DD. I can't stress it enough. Brenda knows, I know, I'm telling you guys, don't just listen. Do research exactly. I said exactly because I read what the dude wrote. He said exactly. Do do your own research. Exactly. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. It is time. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing at this point. I am logging into Fidelity, and I'm going to be moving over a couple. Actually, I'm not going to move over a couple screens just yet, but two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. You are in the play of a lifetime. There's no sense at putting yourself at risk with your broker by not having two-factor authentication. Think about it. Think how it may help you. It may take you extra time to log in. Somebody had mentioned like, well, couldn't it hamper your ability to be able to log in if something should happen? Absolutely. You should always have the phone numbers to your brokers ready to go in case you need to make trades on the phone when they're happening. Have it ready to go. Get your information ready. I've got a checklist in the description box. Go to the description box and find that checklist and go in there and start checking off your checklist. I'm not kidding. Start now. It's never too late. It's never too late to start your checklist. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. What do we got going on here? Starting with the top left-hand side of the screen. Price prediction tally points. This is not meant to be financial advice. This is just for apes who are trying to guess the price to keep ourselves sharp here. We got Monty with 2 points, Eric with 3, I have 2, and Keto has 2. Today's price prediction tallies, I have 12 to 15, Eric has 12 to 15, Keto has 1178 to 1478, and Monty has 1215 to 1515. Monty kept his price the same for today, and I kept my price the same for today as yesterday. Eric moved his down a little bit, and I think Keto might have moved his down a little bit. I can't remember. I know he moved it, but I can't remember which direction he went. I think it's down. Short exempt volume, True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. It was a little bit lower than it was yesterday. It was like 300 and something yesterday. Today, from yesterday, today's numbers are 168.6. Utilization 100%, day number 99. 100th day is tomorrow. Very abnormal to see 100% utilization for 100 days, trading days. That's really unusual. Max Pain. Max Pain is currently $13 for today. It was 13 earlier this week. I want to say it was 12 on Monday. 12 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Thursday, $13. Let's take a look at the off exchange. I would expect off exchange to be about 44% and the EDGX to be somewhere around like 10 or 11%. So the EDGX is exactly where it should be, but the off exchange is elevated by 10%. No, more than 10%. 16% higher than normal. The total between those two numbers is 69.54. Nice. 69, that's high. It's really, really, really high for this time of the morning. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, moving down the left-hand side of the page there, it was 190.142 million as of this morning. I'll refresh and see what it is now. Still the same, no change. Moving over to the top right-hand side, we'll look at Ortex data here. Total amount of shares having been the borrowed change amount, I should say, is a drop of 1.47 million shares, or a return of 1.47 million. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short interest percentage of the free float to 19.32%. Cost to borrow average right now is 25%, cost to borrow max is 34%, and min is 12.51. For those of you who like to track this, we have 163.31 million shares on loan. The highest that it's ever been. Do I not have it written down? Oh yeah, I do. There it is. Wait, that's not right. I think I stopped updating it. I need to go back and re-update this, but the highest it's ever been was, I think, 193. And so but in the last couple days, it's dropped from 190 down to 163. So nearly 30 million shares returned in 3 days' time. On average, that's like 10 million a day. That's really super high. It's a lot of shares being returned. And the reason for that is, majority of the time, they know the price is going to rise and they don't want short interest on the books when it does. It's bullish. Moving on to options. Call options. Highest amount of volume currently at a $14 strike price, same as yesterday. There's currently I'm just going to call it 10,000 contracts. It's close enough. On the puts, highest amount of volume at a $13 strike price, there's currently 4.4 thousand contracts. There's a two and a half, almost a 2.5 to 1 ratio in calls versus puts, still signaling for a closing price somewhere between 13 and 14 at this time. Taking a look at Oops. We're gonna move. Let me move some screens real quick here. That one. This one. All right, let's take a deeper dive into looking at some of the graphs for Ortex to see what the data actually looks like. Here's your utilization, 99 straight days of utilization being 100%. Zooming in a little bit here so we can see just those on loan amounts dipping. Your day over day dip went from 180.7 million shares on loan down to 163.3. Basically a 17 million drop day over day. Now, most of this came from security lending. You can see a spike in security lending again. That means that they used borrowed shares to remove borrowed shares. So these are borrowed shares with a high interest rate, some of them, right? But security lending volume has an even higher interest rate because it's only meant to be short-term borrowed shares. And they just borrowed a crap ton. They borrowed 35 million. Some people woke up and sent me messages today, or maybe even sent them last night, saying that their brokerages tried to contact them yesterday about lending their shares. Guess what? Guess why? They're trying to make money off you. Look how much money they're paying. A lot of money for these shares. They want to make this money so bad, and they're willing to contact you, go out of their way to contact you, and ask you if they can make money off of you. And they'll give you a little something something on the side. Yeah, pennies. That's what they're gonna give you. They're gonna give you pennies for your loan shares. You can take those pennies and you can shove them. Taking a look at the on loan average age per day. When on loan amount drops, if this indicator drops with it, then it's older contracts that are being closed out. And it did drop some more. It dropped from 88.65 to 86.85. That drop means a price increase is coming. We'll have to see how low this goes. But when it finds a bottom, similarly to like back here when it dropped from 101.8 down to 86.92, when you get to the bottom, about within 15 trading days, it's going to start rising the price. So we'll watch for a bottom on that number. Estimated short share interest of the free float also dropping day over day, went from 20.83 to 19.53. And again, there's that security lending volume spiking. AMC is coming in number 17, heavily most traded stock on according to Fidelity, based off of the amount of trades trades. We have a 64% buy, a 36% sell ratio, not bad, looking pretty decent. GME is coming in at 24th with a 64% buy to 36% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR today is $12.29. I did mention in the pre-market that I thought there's a possibility they might try to trip this today, although it seems unlikely because SPF and SSR don't align. I still tend to think that they might try to hit it though. There does seem to be a lot of not a whole lot of liquidity in the market right now, which can be seen in the pre-market hours. And typically speaking, when that happens, they desire to trip that to be able to create liquidity. Shares being returned on the market, looks like they returned quite a few and then borrowed some back again. The ETFs are seeing mainly returns. So another 100,000 shares having been borrowed since earlier this morning when I checked. That's going to put us at 450,000 shares borrowed according to Stonko Tracker, with a fee currently sitting at 20.6% after it was 24.8 earlier this morning. We currently have 152.5 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 10,000 contracts that are in the money. 45.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18.8 thousand contracts that are in the money, We currently have roughly 28,000 contracts that are in the money compared to a almost 200,000 contracts out of the money. Almost. NASDAQ is down 2.72. Dow Jones is down 1.65. S&P 500 down 1.94. We currently have 5,398 decliners to 1,263 advancers. Watch out. The market is hot lava. Do not touch the floor. You're going to get burned. It's almost getting to the point to where it's sun hot. It's getting close. The VIX is up 7.21 at 30.19. IWB is down 1.89. IWD is down 1.5. IWM is down 2.11. I did a little bit more research last night. Actually, I didn't really do the research. I was getting helped last night with looking into this. I think IWD is probably going to be the one that we're moving into, not IWB. Just going to throw that out there. Once we do find out for 100% absolute certainty which way we went on this, I'll remove the other one. But I think we're moving into IWD. Tesla's down 3.26. Amazon is down 5.24. Cinemark down 2.08. Doge is down 8.78. Bitcoin is down 5.87 and at 18.9 thousand per coin. GME is down 3.39. HYMC is down 5.21. Hood is down 3.6. NCMI is down 4.35 and AMC is down 5.27. Inflow versus outflow, we roughly have about $200,000 more of inflow than outflow. And it's currently 6.42 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're holding here after 53 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 39.9 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested that we might see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. I didn't recommend. I did not recommend. Somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. So we're on pace for it right now as it stands. I think that unless there's some kind of odd spike in volume at the end of the day today, that's a very strong possibility we hit that number. According to Vortex Indicator, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.28, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.8, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 37.31, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.35, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.37. It's getting most of these. I don't want to say. I shouldn't say most. 32, 36. Yeah, I'm going to say most. It's the hour, the 30, and the 5-minute are all showing oversold numbers. So we're getting close to potentially seeing a reversal on this. Just trying to look at this real quickly to see if I can get an idea as to where we may be heading here. It does look like we almost reached the bottom of the support at $12.87. We only hit $12.91 and started what appears to be bouncing off the bottom. Let me just check something real quick here. I'm going to scroll out just a tad. Let me try a few things here. Don't judge. without the extended hours, we may have broken out of a descending parallel channel. But this trend, this pattern right here, I've seen this before plenty of times. Very oftentimes it looks like this. So I'm just going to keep that there, and we'll see how that holds. See if it continues to follow that pattern. But I'm looking for a different trend here, though. I'm looking for an overall trend. I don't really have anything to point out right now. Oh, is it not even going to make it up the rest of the way? That's crazy. All right, we'll watch this and just see where we're going, and see if we can't get like a better idea. If this does formulate, I'll try to get a better idea for us in the next hour or next half hour as to where we're moving to. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Excuse me. I'm going to start with LA. There are people that have no choice of lending shares if they are in margin. Man, we haven't seen ladder attacks in forever, bad back. We're well past that. Most of our price manipulation has been happening through the off exchange for a long time. Since probably like December 23rd. Oh, Janice said the Ichimoku. Hold on a second. I didn't even talk about that one yet. Oops. Yeah. What is going on with the Ichimoku? Lagging lines below price line, that's not a good thing. The conversion line is below the baseline, not a good thing. Price is below the cloud. This is not very strong support. However, do note, price typically likes to rise through red and drop through green. The fact that it dropped through the thicker portion of the green is kind of significant in my opinion, but we do have red starting to form over here. So you could see a breakout going to the top side within 2 trading days or on Monday. But typically speaking, price usually likes to break through the thin portions of the cloud, as seen back here. Never quite fully, just kind of traded in the cloud for a while and then got out of it. If you take a look at a 4-hour, there's still good signs on the 4-hour here, other than the fact that it's signaling to sell because it's hit the baseline here from a day trader / swing trader perspective. You've got the lagging line above the price line, the conversion lines above the base. Those are all good indicators, but the price touching down on both the conversion and the base would have been a key signal for somebody who wanted to sell out of this. It was really actually kind of surprising to me to see us rise in price in the later portion of the day yesterday. After having touched down on the base. I don't feel like the buying pressure that occurred at the for most of the day yesterday was done by day traders. I don't. Every signal that I see here says no, but it happened anyways. So that tells me, and our buy to sell ratios were not that great. So it tells me that this is likely institutions that were buying right here. I don't know why, but they were. Somebody was buying shares yesterday. Couldn't get enough of them because everything, all the indicators here said don't. From an institutionalist perspective, this was a big no-no. Somebody needed the shares really, really bad, and they bought into this. Patrick says max pain end of week is 13. We end up below this by the end of Friday. This is a question. Standard, normally, under normal conditions, I would say that would be the case. Historically, right? I would agree with that statement, Patrick. Historically, that would be the case. We have seen a little bit of a difference kind of lately where we've been closing maybe 50 cents higher. So if we do close higher, I wouldn't expect it to be a whole lot. CPI, July 13th is my birthday. Are you able to check the market by orders for AMC? I can pull it up on my phone, but not on the computer. Are you able to check market by orders? You're saying the time and sales, like right here? I've got time and sales on my screen. I can pull it right here, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking for. Orders are actually showing up here in the order book level too. But time and sales is maybe that's what it is that you're referencing. I'm not sure which. That's right, Thick. July 13th. Wait, Thick, is it you and I that share the same birthday? Remind me. I can't. I can't remember. I think I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. I remember now. I had to call. I had to text my mom, and she said that it was like 11 at night, or I don't know. It was 10. I, I think she said the morning, Thick. I think she said the morning, but I think it was at nighttime. I don't know. I can't remember now. I know she said a time, but I don't remember what it was. The way I remember the story going, Thick, is that she wasn't waiting for the doctor because the doctor was taking his time, so she just decided to have the baby anyways. You're welcome, Patrick. Yeah, Jordan said he's talked to Fidelity last night and he hadn't heard that quite. I've 10:41 p.m. The late doc story is Jay. Oh, okay. I thought it was me. 10:41 p.m. I don't know how I beat you, Thick. You didn't have much more time left. I was born East Coast. I was born East Coast, so that I guess maybe that's how I beat you out. My mom is always watching. Always watching. I love you, Mom. I'm just teasing. Marlene, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I don't get anything out of it, so there's no harm, no foul. Oh, okay, yeah. I know. I've seen it on the phone too. I know what you're talking about. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it here. Hmm. I know exactly what you're talking about. I gotta find it. No, there we go. This might do it. see. Let's just type it in. I don't know why I didn't just do that first place. No. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can't find it. I would think that it would show up under order book. Like it's got to be. Because you're right, it's definitely on the phone. I see it. In fact, I was looking at it just yesterday. Hmm. You know, this is the other thing too that I find to be really frustrating as well with Webull, Captain, is that on several occasions I've gone looking for cryptocurrency tabs. Like you know how they have markets on. If you go to Market tab on your phone, you can really easily find cryptocurrencies. It's just a tab. It's like really easy to find, and you don't get that same information. Excuse me. You don't get the same information from. No, that's not it. Um, on the desktop, you can't find it. It's not there. You can't find. There is no crypto tab on the desktop, which is super frustrating. Oh shit! Hold on a second, guys. I'm losing you. I don't think I'm gonna find. Oh, there it is. Wait, is that it? Is that it? I think that's it. Volume analysis. I think this is it. Shows up under quotes, Captain Awesome. It shows up under quotes and it's called volume analysis. I don't want to click on it though because the last time I've tried to add something to here, like it took me a long time to figure out what I did wrong and how to. Oh, fine. There it is. I did it. It's called volume analysis. I don't want to move this around because I know it's going to end up happening. It's going to jack everything up. That's it though. It's under quotes. So if see, I knew that was going to happen. If you go into any one of these, I think you can go to add a widget. Actually, maybe you got to right click on it and say add a widget, go to all widgets, and then under quote, look for volume analysis, and then say you can just add that widget in there. And you can put it on the screen by moving it over and kind of like putting it into a section, which I'm not going to do because I know the minute that I do that, it's going to screw up my whole screen, and then I'll never get it back to the same way again. But that's I'm pretty sure that's what you're looking for. If I'm mistaken, I apologize. Under books, maybe that's it. I'm not sure. Hopefully that's what you're looking for. I don't know. Maybe I didn't find the right thing, but I found something. I thought I found what you're looking for. AMC Level 2 Live, I scrolled up just to see your message. I'm going to start right there. Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Marlene. Glenn Miller says 19K resistance on Bitcoin. I would agree. It's right there. It's right on. It's on it. I think it's going to be very similar to what we saw back here, and then we'll probably see it bounce off, maybe even come up to like 22, 23. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen, but we'll see. Just so you guys know, since this is kind of following a little bit that trend that I had kind of pointed out to you guys, if you haven't seen this trend before, it's a very typical trend that's seen a lot of places in the market. You can find this more specifically though on the daily. If you come and look at the SPY, oops, wrong one. If you take a look at the SPY, the same pattern has formed multiple times on the SPY. You can see that I don't want to call it like the sideways V or W. I mean, I said sideways V, sideways W, and then you get instead of a George W, you get like a I don't know what's the opposite of a George W. A Dick Cheney? I don't know. You get a Dick Cheney. I'll call it a Dick Cheney, where you get this big downwards movement right afterwards. That occurs. And so the same thing is happening on the SPY currently and it's doing the exact same thing. Well, guess what? So is AMC. It's just on a minute basis instead of a daily. It may not actually make it all the way down here. We'll see. Kind of it is. There's a lot of different factors. We might find support, at 1291 again, and then bounce off that. I would say so, Hayden. I don't know if I helped you out in any. It sounds like I didn't really help you out much, Captain, but eh. At least you found it. Wolf, say hi if you're a real person. Okay, you're a real person. Never mind. Your comment earlier and your name kind of threw me off a little bit there. Made me think it was a possibility you weren't you might have been a bot, so I can tell now you're not. Uh, Wolf, it's actually a really simple answer. Um, you're seeing the closing of short interest. Whenever there's a closing of short interest, loan shares become available. So that's what's happening. Bots don't say WTF. He didn't even have to say hi. I was just like, oh, that's different. I think you got that from the gingerbread man, Mom. All right, guys, we got about 12 more minutes before we check the numbers again here. We're getting a little bit of consolidation occurring right here at $13. You can tell that there's the order book is changing pretty rapidly. So there's something happening here. Let me watch it for just a second and see. I mean, you can see that the trades are going through, but they're going through slow enough to where they're being eaten away. So you can tell there's buying pressure into selling, but you can also see the selling side or the ask side of the order book. You can see that they're replenishing the shares as they're being purchased. So there's some buying pressure that's being applied right now, as well as a 42,000 share order at 1281. So there's definitely some heavy buying pressure that's occurring right now. That's I think trying to deviate away from this pattern that I drew out earlier. Let me watch this order book here for just a minute. There's some heavy buying going on right now. It's not the heaviest I've ever seen kind of thing, but it's definitely elevated buying pressure. I bet the Bollinger. I wonder if the Bollinger Bands are showing it a little bit. So you have consolidation occurring, but the Bollinger Bands aren't decreasing, meaning that there's still high amounts of volatility. So even though the price is trading sideways, the volatility is still very high, which means a large amount of orders are going through and being completed, even though price is trading sideways. And here's the push. You'll know it when they break the 1,000. If you see this 1,000, if you see this 1,000 order wall here get hit and disappears, you'll see the order book reset, and they'll try and find a stopping point, a place to prevent price from moving up. They may let it run a little bit. They're kind of went. Looks like they just reset just a few cents down again. There it goes. There's the reset. Gone. You might be able to punch through it here. They just keep loading up more and more shares in there. There's a battle going on here. There's definitely a battle going on. Our volume's not all that high. It's just small orders that are going through. Let me check the time and sales. Okay. So now volatility is starting to decrease, so less orders are going through. It's starting to slow down. Volume is currently trading 27,000 shares in the last minute. The minute before that was 45, then 40, 41, and 36. So volume is definitely under 6,000 or 60,000 shares a minute. This is some interesting stuff going on right here. Casey, have you talked about the orders that have gone through with like 10 decimal places? I have not. I'm not even sure what you're talking about, honestly. I just posted 1 million to borrow. There it is. Boom. It's a lot of that's a lot of the closing positions that you've seen. We're going to start seeing some really abnormal amounts of available shares to borrow popping up with all this short interest that's been closed out over the last 3 days. Yep, cost of borrow is going to drop, Glenn. Anytime that they return those shares from short interest, it's going to drop. And they've returned a lot, 30 million. In the last 3 days, it's like been 30 million, I think, or really darn near close. Maybe like 27 million. The volatility is absolutely decreasing on this. Shares per minute down to 40,000, or I shouldn't say down, it's actually kind of up to 40,000. Marlene, the rule around here is there's no dumb questions unless you ask it twice. This might be a dumb question, but do they really have to cover and pay our price like Boss Blunt always says? It depends. There are factors that could be involved that would prevent them from having to fully cover. For example, if a lot of people were to sell shares really early on, it would stop a squeeze from happening. And they would, they may be able to collect enough shares to be able to avoid margin calls by meeting margin requirements. So it really just depends on us. What are we going to do? How are we going to do it? And that's what I'm going to be watching for. I plan to hold till the backside of whatever movement there is. So I'm gonna let everybody else here dictate what it is that I'm going to do, and I'm quite confident that that can be done. Historically speaking, there has never been an instance that I've seen in a squeeze where you can't have confidence on selling on the backside of a squeeze. I did not watch it, Reese. And to be very honest, Reese, I'm kind of moving away from that, from trying to, like somebody else said this. What do you think? I'll just tell you what I think about issues. You don't gotta throw in somebody else's name in there. Just talk about the issue. What do you think about this issue? What do you think about that issue? Don't ask me to go judging other YouTubers, because I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get trapped into talking about that kind of stuff. I just don't see any need for it. We have enough enemies around here with institutional brokers, with hedge funds, with SEC, with the feds, with the government. We don't need to have more enemies. So that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to track history, commentate on it, and maybe provide you guys some good information along the way. None of my family believes this is true. My mom said. And how can they pay that kind of money? You ask her, how is it possible for Bitcoin to have 60,000, be worth $60,000 a coin? And you ask her, how is it that Hackshire Birthway, I know that's what it's not called, but ask her how Berkshire Hathaway has, what is it now? Are we up to 500,000 on Berkay? I don't even remember what it was last. Is it 5 or 6? Yeah, 408. All right. So you ask her how in the world could Berkay have $408,000 per share? How is that possible? And then when she struggles to come up with an answer, or she tries to tell you, well, that's a company that's invested in a lot, a lot of institutions are invested in it, and that's why it's really really high, or it has that much money. You say, well, that's where the money's coming from. It's coming from wherever the institutions are holding their money at. That's where it's coming from. Our money's coming from the market. Dan, I'm gonna touch on that. If you feel like you're spending too much time watching, don't watch. Go get some clarity of mind. Relax your brain. Set some price target, not price targets, but set some price alerts on whatever broker you use, and walk away for a while. Take a break. You don't have to watch the line constantly. I'll be here when you get back. I promise. Well, you never know what the world's gonna do to you, but for the most part, I plan on being here. You never know what kind of cards you're gonna get dealt. Could the DTCC remove all margin requirements and squash the squeeze? No, I don't believe that's the case. I feel like that's like asking, I feel like that's like asking, can the government just tell everybody no taxes next year? That would be like the similar. What you're suggesting is it's just like everybody saying no taxes next year. Is that possible? Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right, Glenn, and I touched on that. They do have thousands, and that's where our money's going to come from. It's going to come from the market. Absolutely. Uh, there is. I do believe that they extended the hours just slightly into the aftermarket hours, ABC. So there might be just for a few minutes. I think it's 5 minutes after market close, a potential for that. But otherwise, I don't think so. The money that goes, yes, Glenn, money just disappears into thin air and nobody ever sees it again. That's how it works. That's not how it works. Money disappears from the market when it goes into somebody's pocket. When it goes from somebody's pocket, it usually gets reinvested into the market someplace else. Normally, not always, but the money is always transferring hands. It just doesn't disappear out of thin air. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you on that too, AMC level 2 live, uh, but you can't. They're not going to take away taxes for everybody. Cole, in regards to that, with the DRS question that you've got there, pre-squeeze, it will not help to DRS your shares. And the reason I say that is it takes away volume. You take away volume, you lose all kinds of the ingredients that you need to have a squeeze. Now, once price has gotten to the point to where it is uncontrollable, the theoretical idea behind DRSing your shares is to create an infinity loop of them not being able to find shares at the market. It works if you've got enough people DRSing their shares, and it works once the price has gotten uncontrollable. Then would be the time to DRS your shares, because then you would create the infinity loop, theoretically. But you got to have enough people doing it. And the problem is greed, man. Greed is going to kick in when people start seeing money, and not trying to convince people when they start seeing amazing prices for their shares to start DRSing their shares so you can get it higher. Good luck. But in theory, it would be, I would agree with that. Yes, Dr. Zeno, I understand what they're saying, but that's, I mean, I fully do expect them to reduce margin requirements. You have to remember that was a reduction. It wasn't a complete wipeout of margin. It was a temporary forgiveness of margin, and under conditional. They were conditional settings that were applied, which was taking away the buy button. Well, if we still all just hold our shares when the buy button gets taken away, guess what? The whole idea of moving 9 point something billion in margin requirements disappears. It's only a temporary thing. They agreed to removing some margin requirements if they conditionally took away the buy button, which they did. But if that has no effect in fixing what it is that they think is going to fix, somebody's going to be knocking on their door trying to collect. Be honest, Casey, is this squeeze thing real? Yes, it is, sir. All you got to do is go back in history and look at how many times it's happened before. All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. Oh, thanks, Cassius. Appreciate that. Yes, I will show failure to deliver, Ivan. Let's do that right now. I'm going to cover all the information. We're going to go over it right this second. So I'm not going to be able to see what anybody else is writing here. Give me just 1 second. Ivan, since you asked for it, that's actually going to be the first thing I'm going to show you. I'll actually take you back to the other page real quick while I pull this over. You wanted to see failure to delivers. And I've drawn this a couple times on here. I like to kind of relate this to maybe like a ruler. Excuse me, I got a little indigestion here. So let me show you what it is that I'm seeing. If you were to look at this like a ruler, right, you could see a trend heading up here and failure delivers, but then it doesn't quite trend up anymore. It actually kind of falls off, but then there's a secondary trend right here where it's going back up again. Right, so it fell off during this period of time where there was a whole bunch of shares that were, or when the price fell down through here. But what I want you to kind of look at this is I want you to see this as like a building block, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Yes, it did. Yes, the trend did fall back down, and we're kind of building back up again. But I think over time, if you looked at this as like incrementally, like these are 16ths measurements. Whenever you have these smaller sized ones in here, these are perhaps so I should write 16 in here. 16ths, right? Measurements on a ruler. Hopefully you're from the U.S. If you're not from the U.S., you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. These are eighths, right? Or maybe they're quarters, right? We could say maybe these are eighths. Let's go with these are eighths. These are quarters right here. This is a quarter. Then we're back down to eighths in here. Actually, down here. Sorry. Well, maybe those are sixteenths. These might be eighths, and then you're back up to a quarter again, right? But this would be half. So I think that's why I originally did sixteenths. So sixteenths. These are your eighths, and I think quarter maybe next, or half. I mean, rather. I think half is going to be the next movement up on this. So these are I think these are the eighths. I actually mislabeled these. These are the eighths, and so I think you're going to see a little bit of this coming back down again. You know, maybe some lines that look kind of like this, and then you're going to see a massive big line coming up in our futures. I know I drew it in the wrong spot, but I think you're going to see a much bigger failure to deliver that's coming up here. So you're kind of getting an action where you've got this leading to a much bigger movement, right? And then it's going to start stepping its way back down. And that would be I think that would be a very typical movement that you would tend to see a trend as you move towards higher prices. So looking at this and comparing that to some other period of time and saying like, well, how do you compare that to some other period of time? And I would say, well, this is a great example of it right here, where it was moving up and then you had your big half right here, and then you moved into quarters, but the quarters never actually developed. Why? Because we had people who started selling during this period of time, and so you had failure deliveries that started stacking all up on top of each other, and it bundled everything all up into one, and then it just it fizzled out. But we're getting the same kind of stacking movement, I think, currently. It's just more spaced out. And you can see the same kind of thing here in the prior to January as well. You see it growing, and then a big spike, and then you don't really see the after effects of it in failure to delivers, because again, people had sold off some of their shares at that time. That's what I'm seeing. Taking a look at our data here. Son of a gun! I just did all that. Did I do all that without you guys being able to see? No, I okay, you could see it. Okay. Whew. I thought I just did all that work and talking and everything for nothing. That would have sucked. All right, give me just a second as I pull up a couple other screens and we'll cover our numbers here. Alrighty, starting with off exchange, right here next to my head. Let's take a look at that first. An hour ago it was 59.43, and the CBOE EDGX was at 10.11. Refreshing that, we've got 59.35 and 9.81, giving us a total of 69.16. So a little less volume than we had an hour ago going through the off exchanges, but still very, very high. So price discovery is being suppressed through the off exchange. Taking a look at Ortex data, we have currently, an hour ago we had 1.47 million shares having been returned. It's now 4.45. And cost to borrow is at 24.96. Cost to borrow max is 34.08, and min is 12.51. Over the last 3 days, we've seen. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I pull up the accurate number here. Over the last 3 days, 1, 2, 3. We've seen on loan amount drop from 190 all the way to 163, so almost 30 million shares. It was 27 million shares that we've dropped in on loan amount in the last 3 days. And what that typically means is anytime price is going to start running, they close out positions as fast as they can before that price starts rising. Why? Because if they're on the books, if they have that short interest on the books when price starts to rise, they're going to be screwed. So they're closing out as much short interest as possible and on loan amounts It's going down. It's going down. Historically, you can go back and you can find these same patterns repeating just before the June run up and the January run up as well. This is not uncommon at all. With the additional borrowed change amount dipping from 1 million earlier an hour ago to 4.45 now, that's going to lower the short interest of the free float to 19.19%. Taking a look at the options, at a $14 strike price, an hour ago there was 10,000 contracts. There's now 15.1. On the puts, at a $13 strike price with the most volume, an hour ago there was 4.4 thousand contracts. There's now 5.4. So we have almost a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, with this market still signaling for a closing price somewhere between $13 and $14, or signaling for $12.50. Fidelity, AMC is the 17th most heavily traded stock based on orders, with a 67% buy to 33% sell ratio. We are definitely buying right now. Retail. GME is currently in 25th most heavily traded, and they have a 67% buy to 33% sell ratio as well. Taking a look at SSR trigger price, it's $12.29. They do have additional 850,000 shares available to borrow, with 533,000 shares in the ETFs. These shares will be borrowed in the future, but as it stands right now, they're only returns. They're probably going to wait for fees to start dropping before they start borrowing these shares. Cost to borrow is still really high. Fees are still really high. They're not going to make any movement until they can get cheaper prices. So definitely just returns at this point. So far on Stonko Tracker, we've got a reporting of 450,000 shares so far. Currently, 138.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 23.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 50.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.58. Dow Jones is down 1.09. S&P 500 is down 1.17. We currently have 4,870 decliners to 1,868 advancers. Let's see here. Market's on fire. Hot lava. Hot floor. Don't touch the floor, guys. It's hot. The VIX is up 5.61, still not breaking 30. It's 29.74. IWB is down 1.17. IWD is down 0.9. AWM is down 1.07. Tesla is down 1.69. Amazon is down 3.33. Cinemark is up 0.47. Doge is down 7.82. Bitcoin is down 4.9. 19.1 thousand per coin. GME is down 0.88. HYMC is down 4.77. HOOD is down 1.71. NCMI is down 4.42. And AMC is down 3.41%. Inflow versus outflow, we have about 1.1 million shares, $1.1 million more in inflow than outflow. So far, we've traded 9.65 million shares for the day-to-day. That is very, very low. After 106 minutes, we are on pace for 35.5 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I suggest in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Looking like it's going to hold the prediction. More selling pressure than buying pressure with a vortex indicator. RSI at 39.87, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 51.05, which is average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.19. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.31, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.58 and a crossover here within the last 20 minutes. We didn't make it to the bottom of my line here. Didn't go down, and there was a real big fight right here for control of the order book. But you can see here that they're still resisting price movement upwards with a 10,000 order at 1322. So there's definitely some pushing, some resistance being placed into the order books to keep the price from rising. And I would probably draw something else out on. I'm gonna draw it over the drawer. Draw this over this. What do I go here for? The triple top bull move or the ascending wedge? Hmm. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm going with this. I do feel like we have an ascending wedge occurring. This should be if you have price rising and you have volume rising, it would be bullish. But in this particular case, I think you have volume falling. Yeah, you definitely have volume falling. So price rising, volume falling is bearish. I'm thinking that when it does break out of this, it might be down. Let me just check one more thing though. I need to put a trend channel on this and verify something real quick. Ah, man. All right, I have hold on a second. I have conflicting data here. So normally a trend channel points to the bottom of the wedge, then it breaks out going up. So I can't say for this one for sure because we have falling volume and rising price, which should break out down, but this trend channel is pointing at the bottom very clearly. Well, actually, it wasn't very clear at all. I had to draw a line across to see for sure. So there's conflicting data. So I really don't know which way it's going to break out of this. I'll try to draw up a. This is a pretty steep wedge, so it's going to be very difficult to kind of identify where it's going to break out at. So I'm going to kind of put something right about in here, leaving out just the tip. It'll probably be before this, but just going to try eyeball it. Like I said, don't know which way this one's going to break. The only way you could probably determine even better is to perhaps pull back out to a larger time interval and look for a pattern that maybe is completing. The only other thing that I have drawn out at this point is a very large bullish wedge that I have actually drawn. I believe it was on the daily. Yeah, I drew this on the daily, so there's no way that this is going to help me to identify which way this is going to break out here on the minute interval. Because really the price where it's at right now has the ability to move both up and down. There's no clear. I would think more down. I have a feeling we'll test the bottom down here, maybe even break out below the bottom at least once before running up. But that's guessing historically. All right. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing, but I'm going to head to break here in about 7 minutes. All right. Brandon says, Steve, you can't see questions till you see the van back. Let me see what Steve wrote. I'm going to try and, I said, I think maybe just why the extremely low volume. If you go back, I think one of the I think one of the best ways that I can probably describe to you like why low volume before at any time, really, right? Why really low volume at any given time? And historically speaking, if you go back and you look at volume and what happens just before price runs, you tend to see price fall and volume fall. A good example of that is right here. You see volume starting to fall. If I throw up some Bollinger Bands on here, you'll see that volatility really, really tightened up. Whoa, indigestion. That English egg McMuffin is coming back on me. You can see volatility really tightened up and volume really decreased quite a bit, and it caused kind of like a compression, right? I like to think of it as compression. When you get that compression, you're going to have a springing effect from that compression. So there was a lot of compression and volume restriction, and that always occurs just before big price moves. You have huge amounts of compression of volume that occur. If I try to zoom in on this spot right in here, let's see the compression. There's two different points of compression here. This is one of them. This is the secondary that's got more compression. On this particular one right here, there was a spike in volume, and then it compressed immediately thereafter and was compressing, but kind of maintaining. Then you start to see a little bit more of a compression right in here. Volume really tightens a lot right down to this point right here, and then it starts volume starts expanding, the springing effect. Although then it really started to kind of dive again here. It's really hard to get all this on one page. Starts to dive again, you get compression, less volatility, volume drives back down, and then has one more explosion, and that's when you get your final push up. So just try to think of volume compression as the beginning stages of building pressure to an explosion. Yeah, there was times yesterday where there was extremely idle periods of time on the market. Pumpy, what's the dog doing? I think the best way to answer your question, Backyard, is you can manipulate a market to a certain point, to a certain degree, right? And there are certain things that can and cannot be done with a market. Negotiating, taking away a buying button to reduce margin is very similar to somebody calling up their home lender and saying, "I just lost my job. Can you foot me a month while I find a new job?" You can do that, believe it or not, and your lender can work with you to either lower your payments or and it's very similar. So I don't want you to think of it as it's um, they're purposely out to just get us, but what the lenders do for margin is they provide them a way to be able to stay in business so they can collect on their money, right? They still want your money, and so the idea is to negotiate. So could they potentially negotiate to change terms so that they can keep them in business? Absolutely. Does it change anything for us? No. They still have to abide by the rules of the market. So yes, they might be able to reduce the amount of margin, but they're still going to go after them. And as long as we still hold our position, they will still get what's coming to them. So the answer to you is it all depends on what we do. It legitimately all depends on what we do. Are we going to flee and run when we see the first sign of uh, things that favor institutions, or are we going to continue to just do what we've always done? And I'm not here to tell you what we're going to do, but I'm here to tell you that I can see what it is we're doing, and it's not going to scare me. I'm going to react accordingly. I'll try again. Highlight a few minute candles and look at the highs on each. Some of them are showing a random high of, for example, I'm on Webull on my phone. I don't know what that is, Anthony. I really don't. I don't know why it's trading in multiple. I haven't seen that. It doesn't show up for me like that. I don't see it at all. Mine shows regular numbers. My guess, maybe there's some kind of formatting error on the phone. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know what that is. But I appreciate you saying it again, Anthony, because this time I understood what you're talking about. I didn't understand when you were saying the stuff you were saying before, because it didn't make sense to me. Okay, Ethan's saying that it's most charts just round. If you look at raw chart, raw. If you look at raw chart financial data, there are a lot of decimal places. I don't watch raw data, so I don't really look for it. Do I think the market's crashing? I think we're in a bear market. I don't think I would label it as a crash yet. But I think we're definitely in a bear market. And I think that it has potential to crash. KL says yes, although they break the rules every day. True. And not only that, not only that, but I would argue that they probably write it in as a condition of operations as well. So it's not just that they break the rules every day, but it's also that they write that in. They write that into operational costs. Thank you, Ethan, for explaining. I appreciate that. I don't really ever notice at all, so I don't look into it, I guess. But you got to remember that though, Backyard Boogie. I think that you're the one that was asking the question. Just remember, everybody wants their money eventually, right? And they don't really care. I mean, they do care about when they get it, because they're going to get it out of you one way or another. But everybody wants their money, and so yes, they might be able to get their margins reduced, but that's not them getting free money. That's just them being avoided from. That's just them avoiding margin calls. It's not them being able to fix the position unless it scares us into selling, then it fixes their position. So you got to remember, you got to remember that it only helps them if we help them. We hold the winning hand. We know we're holding a royal flush. If the dealer sits there and tells you, I'm not going to allow any more betting on the table, does that mean that your royal flush is no longer worth anything? Hell no. Your royal flush is still worth something. Because eventually they're going to have to let the buying happen. They're going to have to let the betting happen again. It doesn't change anything. Your hand's still the same hand. However, if you start to agree with the rest of the table that you're going to continue to play the game out without there being any kind of changes to the fact that the dealer's not letting any betting happen, then you're only going to win what's on the table. That's all you're going to be allowed to win. Yes, Captain Awesome, I agree to that. I won't be doing that, dude. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to head off the break here. Hold on a second. I'm going to head off the break here, guys. I will see you in a little bit. Looks like we could get that breakout going down here potentially right now. Looks like my box might end up being a little bit too late, but I better leave real quick before it does break, and maybe we can get it go back up. See you guys in a bit.
Hey, it's Ben.
Alto. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Iced tea chillin', sit back and recline. Keep bad vibes on your side of the line. Don't call my phone, yeah, I'm doing fine. Look at the time, run with the lime. What you got? I don't need, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm affronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Get it and go. You wanna come to my show? Sit in the front of the row. I'ma just have to say no. Attitude is stinking, yeah, you might need detergent. I'ma have to break it to you, baby, you ain't perfect. What you got? I don't need, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm affronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Ooh, child. Listen, I done had enough. Just keep getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. What you gon' find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. I'm the Life is giving lemons every second and hour. I think I used to be sweeter, but now I'm feeling too sour. I used to feel on top and now I'm losing my power. Now I just do it, get a check and get a meal and devour. I ran out of juice to make the lemonade. Lawyers like a bears, maybe I'm afraid. But only I don't have to operate. Feeling really balanced when I hit this. Keep getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. What you gon' find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. I'm the I don't want 'em no more. No, I don't want 'em no lemons. No lemons, no. I don't want 'em no more. No, I don't want 'em no lemons. No getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. mark down my heart. I surrender. Nothing can keep us apart. I can smell her on your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. I surrender to you. Oh, you mark down my heart. I surrender to you. Nothing can keep us apart. I can smell her on your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. I surrender to you. Oh, you mark down my heart. I surrender to you. Nothing keeps us apart.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
All right, I came back at 11:10. Anyways, I gave myself an extra 5 minutes, and I was just kind of like, I don't know. There was something I wanted to say, and then I sat down here. I was listening to the end of the music, and I was like, why am I going to go on a rant? And I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it. I just decided, yeah, screw it. I'm coming back with a better attitude. So you guys don't get my soapbox. Sorry. No soapbox from me. I was just kind of sitting here reading through what it is, some of the things you guys are saying, only for like the last 2 minutes. But, I have to say with what Yo said, you guys were joking around yesterday about like, who would play me in a movie. And to be very honest with you, I kind of tend to agree with Yo. After this is all said and done, I just want to walk away quietly. I don't want to make a big scene about what it is that we've done. I really don't want to be a part of a movie. I do want to historically document this, and I want it to be available for people to see in the future so that they can learn the mistakes of the past, so they can see what we went through. I want it to be available, but I don't necessarily want it to be glorified or, um, I don't know. But I'm also okay with, I guess I'm okay kind of with, I'll probably feel different later. I'm almost positive I'll feel different later about people. And this isn't the soapbox, by the way. You guys are like, he's soapboxing anyways. But I'll probably feel different later, in regards to me being okay with people who want it to be glorified. And I think that probably people will want to probably feel, people who do want it glorified will probably feel different about it, I think, later too. Let's get there. Let's get there, and we'll see how we feel about it later. Um, so maybe it's just fun to talk about, things like movies and, all that kind of stuff. But, it's just because it's fun to talk about now. I tend to think that after this is all said and done, we're going to feel quite different about how we feel about everything that's happened and gone down. Um, just saying. I'm the van guy. It's the big tramp. It's been so long since I've drawn a big tramp that I think a lot of people don't even understand the reference anymore. Uh, it's for those who've been here long enough to know, they know. JP is saying volume dead, SI down. Are you ready for this, JP? Are you ready for this, sir? Let's take a look at our numbers. I think JP wants to hear what the heck's going on here, so we're gonna give it to him. Let's see here. I'm gonna read through the rest of the stuff that you're saying. What are your fib settings and why? Just curious and learning fib levels on my own. I tend to. Well, you know what? Let me talk about that as soon as I get done here because JP wants to see the numbers. He says I am ready. I know he wants to see this. So Parrot, don't forget to remind me to. Oh, that wasn't it wasn't Harry Parrot that said it. It was Captain Awesome. Remind me to check it, and I'll show you when I get done here. Cassius says the real catalyst is going to be me going on vacation. Wouldn't that be crazy? I'll take it. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing here. JP, welcome back, by the way. It's good to see you again, sir. Glad to see you every time you come back. It makes me happy. I know it doesn't sound like it. I'm all like, oh, welcome back, JP. It's good to see you, bud. It really is good to see you. And I know you've been busy, and that's okay. Alrighty. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it already set up on your account, you might want to consider it. Could save you in the future. This is a lifelong investment here that you've been making I shouldn't say lifelong. It's a once in a lifetime chance opportunity that you've set up for yourself. Why ruin it on not having two-factor authentication? I'm not saying not having it's going to ruin your life, but you never know. Safety. Alrighty. let's take a look at the numbers. I've gone ahead and updated everything here. I'm just going to transfer 2 pages over really quickly. I think I've already taken, I already took you guys over to the other page. Give me just 1 second. Alrighty, off exchange. 59.35 an hour ago and 9 point something, and I refreshed it before I was able to read it. So, but off exchange has gone up and price has gone up, which is interesting because typically it's the opposite of that. Normally when off exchange goes up and price goes up, usually price goes down. We're at 69.87% going through the off exchange, which is a little bit higher than what it was an hour ago. Not too much. So there seems like there's probably a lot of buying pressure going on right now. Taking a look at the Ortex data, this is the part that I think JP really wants to see right here. JP wants to understand what's going on. Why in the world are we seeing some of the numbers that we're seeing? Borrowed change so far for the day. It was 4.45 million shares having been returned as of an hour ago. It's now 6.7 million shares. These are abnormally large amounts, JP. We have 27 million shares that have been returned in 3 days, in 72 hours. 27 million shares in 72 hours. Nearly 10 million shares on average a day. That is a massive amount of returned shares. When do they do this? They always do this right before a big price run up. Very, very, very common. This is bullish. The reason they don't want short interest on their books is because they know price is going to run. So they get as much off the books as they possibly can before price runs. They got to get that short interest out. It's what kills them. It absolutely kills them. So they're going to get rid of that short interest. So you see a bunch of shares being returned right now. It's going to drive down when they return that short interest. Short interest of the free percentage of the free float is going to drop. We're at 19% now. We went from like 22% in this last week to now to 19. These are all very, very bullish indicators. Cost to borrow right now is 20.28, and it's starting to come down a little bit because it was in the 30s. It was like 33 a day or two ago. It's now the cost to borrow's average is coming down. Why? More shares are being returned as they're closing out the short interest. That means there's more lendable shares again. What does that mean? It means that cost to borrow is going to come down. There's more shares available to lend, cost of borrow comes down. It's natural. Cost of borrow max is at 34.08 and cost of borrow min is at 12.51. Again, shares on loan 163.31. Just 3 days ago, we had 190 million shares on loan. So it is massively dropping. And the one and only indicator that I ever really rely on is on loan average age per day, and that's dipping as they're returning shares, which means they're closing out old positions. Super bullish. Super, super bullish. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, at a $14 strike price, there was 15.1 thousand contracts. There is now 17.3. On the puts, an hour ago at $13, there was 5.4 thousand contracts. There's now 6.3. Almost a 3-to-1 ratio in volume between calls and puts, with a target closing price somewhere around $13.50 by the end of the day today, based on what options are showing. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is currently traded 16th on most orders going through Fidelity. Whew, can't say that sometimes. 66% buys to 34% sales. We're doing good. We're over the 60-40 mark. So we bought the dip earlier this morning. We're still apparently buying. GME is in 26th with 65% buys to 35% sales. So both buy-sell ratios on both companies are doing really good. GME needs a little bit more volume. I'd like to see them in a little bit higher up on that list there. Trigger price. Trigger price is $12.29 today for SSR. Return shares. Look at this, guys. People are freaking out right now. They're going like, where did all these shares start coming that are available to borrow all of a sudden? It was 0 and now it's 1 million shares. Guys, they're closing short interest. This is good. Super, super good. And they're not reborrowing. They're they're not reborrowing. What does that mean? Why wouldn't you reborrow shares if you knew it was going unless you knew what was going to happen? Unless you knew it was going to happen. 850,000 shares available to borrow, 533.5 thousand shares in ETFs. Fees are at 20.8%. Calls, 138.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 23.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 50.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.86, Dow Jones is down 0.62, and the S&P 500 is down 0.58. We currently have more decliners than advancers, with 4,363 decliners to 2,428 advancers. The market's not on fire as it was earlier. The VIX is up 4.72, IWB is down 0.62, IWD is down 0.47, IWM is down 0.42, Tesla is down 0.61, and Amazon is down 2.47. Cinemark up 2.82, Doge is down 6.08, Bitcoin is down 4.82 and at 19.1K per coin. GME is up 0.89, HYMC is down 4.78, HUD is down 1.89, NCMI is down 4.33, and AMC is down 1.46. Inflow versus outflow, we have $3 million more of inflow than outflow, and 13.26 million shares having been traded for the day today. We're not quite halfway done through the day yet here. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Looks like we're on pace for about 30.1 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I think we're still on a good pace, provided we don't see some kind of abnormal volume increase in the later portion of the day today. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.65, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.77, which is about average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.4, which is about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have a divergence of both the buying and selling pressure, with there being more buying pressure, and RSI running up to 56.98 from a really low low this morning of 32.84, which is just a little over average, a little bit. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.73, which is above average. We have room to run. We did break out of the wedge. Trend. It looks like the trend channel was the correct predictor in this ascending wedge. It was forecasting that direction. Let's kind of take a look at this. Is it possible we might see like some kind of lopsided cup and handle formation? Maybe. I'm not convinced of it yet. I know that's probably what you guys are saying. I can't see it yet in the comment section. I'm not leaning there just yet. I want to see where this takes us. Right here. Not that one. Yeah, we're breaking well out of this. Let's see what happens if we break past 1358. If we break past 1358 and keep on climbing, we're gonna have to look for something new here. We'll just kind of keep an eye on this. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Oops, no I can't. Now I can. Let's see here. Jerome Powell's grandson is the head of the. Wait, what? Inflation is the reason I can't buy any more shares, but not selling. If anything, the inflation play is working on apes like me, but I have the patience of a saint and stubborn as hell. Uh, Captain, I come from one of the I'm so stubborn. I've gotten better in my old age, Captain. Oh yeah, you wanted me to look at something. Now that I just said your name, it reminded me. Hold on a second. Let me scroll back up and I'll look at it. You said, what are your Fibonacci settings and why? Just curious. Learn fib levels on my own. There's a lot of different ways to set up Fibonacci levels. I'm probably not a great expert at it, but I'll tell you what I do. I like to try to drive out to. There's different ways to do this. It depends on what kind of time frame or time zone you're looking for. But I think you can find some good Fibonacci's just by maybe driving out to like a daily chart, finding a spot that supports kind of the price area that you're in or the price movement area that you're moving in at the time. So in other words, like I think when I drew this one out, I may have drawn it. Well, let's see where I did draw it. Looks like I did it based off of the price from. I don't know what this is. $10.20 some odd cents up to the top of the run over here. This is pre movement of June, so in May. And the top of this, I just basically did a run here. You could have, depending on how you wanted to do this, you could have drawn a Fibonacci from the bottom of 893 up to the top here. But I was looking for something more specifically that had Fibonacci retracements that supported kind of the price movement between the $10 range and the $14 range. I very specifically wanted that range. So I pulled up Fibonacci from that point right there where the real big start of the run started to occur and where it kind of topped out at. And then what I do is after I've drawn my fib, I kind of come over and I kind of compare it to different points in time that have occurred to see how it supports, right? Like, do we see levels of resistance or support occurring inside those movements? And if you do see that they align up really well and you see support and resistance lines working for your Fibonacci, this is kind of like your double check kind of way of looking at it. If you see the Fibonacci holding the support and resistance lines really well, then you've probably done a good job of drawing it out. If it's not, like if you got lines that are just going through the middle of runs that don't make any kind of sense where, there's no touch points and it's, just out of order, then, you probably didn't do a very good job of drawing it out. You're going to need to try again. That's how I do it. There's probably better definitions or explanatory methods. And I'm actually going to show you one right now that's like completely not textbook, but holding its own. Let me show you this. You're gonna look at this and you're gonna be like, what the hell? How is that working? We're gonna go over to Bitcoin and check this out. I drew this Fibonacci here after the fact. Most of the trend charting that I've been doing for Bitcoin has been based off of the head and shoulder that I originally drew out in late November, and the ascending parallel channel that occurred right here. Those were all things that I'd drawn, and I drew in a couple different lines here on support lines where I felt like we would see support lines from previous past movements in prices, the three red lines. And when I was looking at the three red lines, I said, you know what? Those really look like Fibonacci retracement levels. So I tried to draw out a Fibonacci retracement off the bottom line that I had drawn. And then I just I actually put the Fibonacci up to a random point that made the lines line up with the points of the levels of support and resistance. And oddly and strangely enough, you can see that a lot of the Fibonacci levels are exactly holding. And there's actually each one of these red lines has a yellow line right on top of it. So you can see that the levels. So even though I drew this out not the way that you're supposed to. The levels of support and resistance that are occurring inside of this range are holding and supported and resisted very, very well. So this is an example that I'm showing you here to tell you that you don't have to do this by the book. Fibonacci retracements are levels of support and resistance, right? And they're standard. It's a mathematical formula that is used that shows you historically where there's going to be levels of support and resistance based off a range of numbers. I'm telling you right now, you don't have to line this up to a bottom of a run and the top of a run to find the proper amounts of support and resistance. And this is a perfect example of that. And I can't stress enough how these lines are playing out just perfectly. I mean, they really show levels of support and resistance quite well. So I'm just throwing that out there that to let you know that you don't have to always follow textbook rules. There are exceptions. And after saying all that, I didn't read what anybody else wrote. So let me scroll back up here. Oh, hold on a second. I got text messages coming in. Let me scroll down a bit here. Carl says, if they keep returning shorted shares, watch the utilization start to drop like the other indicators. But watch those shares borrowed that are not shorted will still be on loan to use when it runs. Yes, sir. I mean, really, what it comes down to, Captain, is you want to do that last check, though. I can't stress enough that after you've done, after you've drawn out your Fibonacci, what you want to do is you want to go back and you want to look for support lines, for example, and resistance lines, right? So, for example, right here, you can see that the current Fibonacci retracement that I've got here, you can see where price drives up and supports after it breaks through the level of resistance right here. You can see that price supports that level very, very well, right? It might be off just a little bit, but it's close enough, right? Price drives back up, drops back down and supports it really, really well until finally it breaks past the level of support. But in the pre-market, that's only in the pre-market noted, right? And it breaks through momentarily and then drops back down into the rest of the day. You see price drop back down. You can see it coming back up here and supporting just about right here, decently, right? Like or I should say resisting. It's resisting right here, and then it breaks through. So if you see your lines, and this is obviously not like right on. I get it, like this drop down here didn't hit right on the 1287 or the 38.2%, but it got close. It was really, really close there. So my Fibonacci's are never perfect. Here's a point of support. Here's a point of support and resistance. I don't have any. Here's a point of support right here, and it was resisted and broke through. Here's a point of resistance where it never broke through. You also have support resistance line here, the breakthrough, the support, the temporary breakthrough, and then or test, I should say, of that level of support, and then breaking back up through it, and then through the next level even. So you got to go back and you got to look at your data and say, okay, how do I test my Fibonacci retracements? Do they support and do they show lines of support and resistance in past previous prices? If they do, then you've done a good job. Pat yourself on the back. You done good. If they don't, try again. If you don't first succeed, try and try again. I personally believe, I personally believe that the kitchen sink will come after a big price run. And when I'm talking big, I'm talking like into the hundreds. Pro jeweler, I don't. I don't have a running total that would actually be kind of a. I've thought about sitting down and kind of checking that out to see what they've got. In regards to the quote unquote kitchen sink. I've never actually sat down and calculated it out. I'm pretty certain that Excel will allow you to do that. And I know that there's a guy in this community who's anti AMC who spent a lot of time actually going out and writing out all the data and coming up with this like really nice looking Excel report. The only problem is that Vortex actually creates an Excel for you, and you can actually just pull the data, and it's all done really quickly. And you can just very quickly pull the information. I probably could do this. I could probably do a pull of the information you're requesting in a matter of minutes. I just never have because I know that the amount of shares that are existing out there is higher than the amount of shares that have been returned just from eyeballing it. But I'll show you. I'll show you so you don't just have to trust me, bro. Let me show you. Wait a minute. That's the wrong screen. All right. So the two numbers on Excel that you want to pull on, I'm assuming you have Excel or not Excel. What am I saying? Ortex. I'm assuming that you have Ortex. If you don't, the numbers that you're going to want to pull, there's like three of them, right? You're going to want to pull on loan amount. You're going to want to pull security lending volume, and then the last one that you're going to want to pull is under the advanced section. And when you pull the last one under the advanced, it's going to be on loan returned is the last number. When you look at the on loan returned, the problem that a lot of people experience when they look at this, just looking at this right offhand, right? It looks like let me highlight one of these here. Hold on a second. It looks like the neon green number is almost lining up with the I don't even know what to call that, seafoam green color. It looks like they kind of line up a little bit, almost like they've returned more shares than they've lent, or as many as. But the problem is that the scaling on this is off. So you actually have to go over and you have to look at the data points. For example, this is a great one. This is a perfect one to show you as an example. Security lending volume for yesterday alone. If you look, the neon green color here, let me see if I can zoom in on this. The neon green color, when I'm zoomed out like I am right here, you can see it's very clearly above the neon green is above the seafoam. Maybe that's blue. I don't know what color that is. But the security lending volume is actually higher. Even though this value showing on the chart here is lower, it's higher because when you hover over it, you can see very instantly that security lending volume was 35.23 million shares, and that the on loan returned was only 23.39, which is the neon green. So they returned less shares than they borrowed. They borrowed 35 but only returned 32 or 23. So 12 million difference. And you can pull this data straight into an Excel spreadsheet. I always forget where that is. I think it's through here. You can download straight into an Excel spreadsheet, and it gives you all the data. It pulls all the data for you and just puts it all into a nice Excel spreadsheet, and then you can just do your calculations. It's really, really quick and simple. I bet you want me to do it now. All right. Yucca Frida, how's it going? I see you. If you've been saying something to me, I'm just now seeing. You probably want me to do this. I'll pull it real fast. Hold on a second. I just hate doing this live. Gosh darn it. I hit the wrong button. All right, let me pull this off to the side. And let's get the Excel open here. Where did you pull to? All right. Let me check and see. So I'm going to pull this off to the side so you see I'm not doing anything funky with this and like trying to modify it, or because I know that's going to be like some idiot's going to come and watch the video and be like, he modified the data on the side when he was whatever. You know, that's not the kind of person I am. If you don't know what kind of person I am and how crucial I am into getting accurate information, you just don't know. Let them say what they want to say. Let me just read what everybody's saying here real quick. Cassius says that they've already returned the kitchen sink in the last couple of days. That's actually what I'm going to show you probably is not the case. Do you think the market have a bottom before the real run? I personally think, Sandy, that we have to see the market hit. Well, I'm starting to change my mind. I kind of used to think that the market needed to hit a bottom first before we'd see our run, but I'm starting to think there's a possibility that we see our run before the market hits bottom. Because think about it like this. What would cause a market to truly and honestly crash? If the market thought that the money that was supposed to be there was suddenly pulled out like a vacuum, that's when you get your market crash. So is it possible for the market to drop enough to cause margins to be called, that money suddenly disappearing into a vacuum, which is us? You would potentially see a possible run up when that occurred. But then you would also see, as we were pulling our money out, a massive rundown. So I'm starting to become of the opinion that there's a chance that before we see the bottom, we may see our run. To answer your question, and that's my opinion's kind of been slowly changed over time. Shut up, myself. Now you're the second person I've told to shut. Oh, I didn't say the hell part. Cause Doug, cause I get nervous. You want the honest truth? I spent my entire life working in an industry where I work night shifts and I do my work not in front of people. So why don't I do my work in front of people? Because it makes me nervous as hell, man. It makes me really, really nervous as hell because I hate being judged. I really, really, really hate being judged. And I know there's going to be people out there that are going like, oh, you could have done it faster if you did it like this. And to be honest with you, that shit pisses me off. Like, just let me do my work and I get my shit done. That's how I've always been at my job. Like I'm always efficient. I do things my way, and then when it works for me, it works for me, and that's just how I've always kind of worked. And nobody bothers me. I get my work done. I get it done efficiently, and so long as nobody has problems with how my work gets done, I don't have any problems. So it's just been the way that I've worked my entire life, so it's difficult for me to do it in front of people. It's very the same like how when I meet you in person for the very first time, you're going to find that it's not what you thought it was going to be like, because I'll be glancing all over the place and you'll think that I'm bored of you or something, and that's not the case. So, all right, let's see. We got security lending volume in the J column. We've got on loan amount returned in the I column, and then we have on loan amount in the H column. We have volume in F, and we have different AMC price. We have open, high, low, and close prices, and then date and time on the far left. So what I'm going to do, I think first, I think I'm going to filter out. Let me check and see what the date span on this is real quick here. 2018. Oh yeah, there's a lot of data in here. We got data all the way back to 2018. I don't think that we want to pull back that far. I think we only want data from June of last year to current. So 2021. I've got data from 2017 in here. Ortex really loves to give you data. All right, enable editing. I know I feel the eyes judging me already, and it just bothers me. Can I filter yet? No, I can't. Ah, son of a gun. I'm gonna do July, I think, going forward. Maybe half of June. Oh my gosh. See, this is where I go through the painstaking part and I don't know the shortcuts and everybody's going like, why in the world did you spend so much time? It's not working. We're gonna have to get rid of some of the data here. We don't want to collect all the data. We only want information from filter by, let's see, clear filter from date and time. Oh, you know what? I got a better idea. We'll sort by the column. Maybe. There we go. So only the information that I want is going to be at the very top, going down. So we're going to just drag down to the dates that we only want here, which is going to go to July or middle of June. So basically everything below middle of June is we're going to ignore. So we're going to insert a break in here. So we're looking from 6:15 to 6:30. So it's almost it's a year and half a month. See, I knew of all people myself would at least be one of the people. So we're going to aggregate total of the total amount of shares returned versus shares taken out in short security lending volume. Oops. Which was probably already highlighted. Then we will do the same thing for the next one over. So we have total amounts of shares borrowed versus total amounts of shares returned. over that period of time, and then we're going to do a simple just calculation of this value minus this value. Or maybe I should do it backwards so we know how much was taken out, I guess. Not how much has been loaned but not returned. Well, it's going to be the same. I mean, hold on a second. So according to this, since you guys are going to love this. This number right here. So since the middle of June of last year, there's been a total of 1.2 billion, 1,222,728,394 shares that have been borrowed that have not been returned, in contrast to how much has been returned, right? So this right-hand column is the amount of shares that they've taken out in security lending volume. This is how much has been returned over that period of time. So the excess amount of shares that have not been returned is over 1.2 billion. So, I mean, I don't the person I'm referencing, which I'm not, I don't want to reference specific people, but the person in the community who doesn't believe in this play actually took a really long time to put together a really cool looking Excel spreadsheet, but he came to the same determination. There has been more shares that have been loaned than have been returned. Now, I'm only looking right now at security lending volume. I'm not looking at the amount of shares that security lending volume that's been borrowed versus what's been returned over that period of time. I'm not adding in the additional shares that are on loan on top of that, right? So if I really wanted to know how many shares were in addition to this that are also on loan, I would have to add plus the very top value, which is 163 million shares that are on loan currently, right? So I would do plus H3 to this value. So plus H3, giving us 1,386,034,559 shares. That's how many have been loaned and not returned. 1.386 billion. So there you have it. So when I say, when I tell you guys that there's at least 2.37 billion shares outstanding in synthetic shares, or that we know that there's 2.37 billion shares in existence, you can see how that would be very, very possible. Yeah, right? It makes sense. Guys, I don't make this like I feel like I should have shown you this a long time ago, because it's like you guys, I feel like maybe I just didn't do a good enough job of trying to explain this before. I've been trying to tell you guys this for a long time. There's a lot of shares that are on loan right here. What did it take me? Did it take me 10 minutes? Did anybody time me? I don't know how long it took me. It doesn't take very long. You saw everything that I did there. I'm pretty certain that I didn't make any mistakes. I3 to I273 is the sum. This is I273, so no mistake there. This formula is J3 to J273, which is the correct column number 2. So the coordinates are correct there. This is simply taking J274, which is this box right here. J274, the amount of shares that have been loaned minus the amount of shares that have been returned, and subtracting and leaving you the remainder, and then the addition of H3, which is the current amount of shares on loan, which is this right here, because you're adding it to what's on loan plus the security lending volume, giving you the total number of shares that have been lent and not returned. 1.386 billion. Timestamp it. All right. Timestamped. This is why do I feel? Yeah, mass printing. Tweet it. I feel like you guys like this is I feel like this is like a massive discovery here, and it's like I feel like I've been saying this for so long. I've been saying to everybody like, guys, the amount of shares that are out there, they're incredible. I'm telling you. You can see it. Everyone take screenshot and send them to Adam here. So here's the kicker, guys. You gotta understand. Casey, just add column J and run with that. Here's what you gotta understand here, because I know what the response is going to be from the naysayers. Here comes the response. The response from the naysayers is going to be this: you can't trust Ortex data. That's what they're going to tell you. I guarantee you that's what they're going to say. They're going to come back and they say, you can't trust Ortex data. It doesn't collect all of it. It's not all there. Not all the data's there. And I would say to you, yes, you're probably right. But there's a good chunk of the data there, and it doesn't show you a very good picture for the people who are shorting this. It really it doesn't paint a good. The data speaks for itself, guys. It really does. I don't know what to tell you. I know that's what they're going to say. I guarantee you that's immediately what they're going to say. Oh, you can't trust the data. It's Ortex. It's self-reported. Well, why would institutions report something terrible like this if it's self-reported? Why would they put that out there for everybody to see? This is how you know that you need to watch the data. It's there for a reason. It tells you a story. This is the soapbox I was trying to avoid earlier. This is literally the soapbox that I was standing on earlier that I said I'm not going to stand on the soapbox and tell people this. You gotta look stuff up, guys. You gotta look it up. There's no way for us to be trading volume, an average 3-month volume of 42.96 million shares on average. It doesn't make sense. You can't have 10% of your float. That's not 10% now, it's less. You can't have 9% or 8.6% of your float trading on a daily basis. That's not how the market works. It is unless the company is absolutely driving into the ground, and I'm like talking like it's like everybody's massively selling off, like it's just this like horrific sell-off and the price is dropping into the floor. And I'm talking like something that happens in like a day or two. We're talking about 3 months worth of volume. That's not what's been happening. The only way that you can have this much volume trading in a single day, on average for 3 months, is if there's massive amounts of synthetics being traded in the off exchange. I'm telling you guys, go out, make comparisons, look at other companies who have short interest that's very, very low, and look how much average 3-month volume there is in contrast. It will tell you everything that you need to know. A shrubbery. Can't completely trust it though. It's probably underestimated. I love you, LA. No homo, but that's funny. Highway Frog says, did Adam Aaron shake both your hands twice? He may have. I don't recall. I think maybe we did. I don't recall. My memory's not that bad. I was so pissed off about the mug, I can't really remember. I was in fight or flight mode and I just wanted to get out of there. Cassius Bozeman says, so you're telling me the self-reported data is in the billions? Yeah, yes. This is why I tell you guys and please hear me here out when I say this. When I say that average 3-month volume is a representation of how many synthetics it could possibly be in existence, when I tell you guys that 12 billion shares could possibly be out there, it's because I'm comparing apples to apples. And I'm looking at how much of our average volume is moving in contrast to other companies that are not heavily shorted and have similar characteristics to our situation. And if we had a percentage of average volume trading more normally to a non-shorted company, we would see that our total amount of shares in existence would have to be in the range of 12 billion shares. I can't account for that. I can't account for it. I can't show you in any other way that actually is true. I can only tell you there was the Say Technologies votes, and that mathematically on a worst case scenario in June of last year we had 2.37 billion outstanding shares. That's what I can account for. But I'm here to tell you there is enough data to represent 12 billion shares. I think it's possible. I actually believe that it could be higher. But I'm being conservative and saying that I think it could be 12. Did Adam Aaron shake your left hand or your hand or left? He shook my right hand. Anyways. Adam, it's good to see you, buddy. Captain Awesome, I like that. Myself, you're crazy. Actually, Captain Awesome, oh, they would have to throw that many sinks. I got it. Never mind. Gotcha. I was going to say something, but I'm not going to disagree with you. Silver Surfer says better market metrics will be available when the cat is completely in the market. I tend to agree with you, Silver Surfer, but I don't think it's going to completely uncover everything. Thanks, AP. Jay, 2 weeks, man. I'm not trying to say that, yo. What I'm trying to say is that I think that even if cat, if the cat is cat 6 is enabled at that time, I think that mostly what it's going to highlight is any kind of abnormalities, maybe traded on the lit market, but I don't think that it's going to catch everything. I think that there's still going to be, I think there's still going to be ways around it. It sure kind of looks like a George W, but it's not. That's terrible, AP. It makes me feel weird because now I'm gonna assume everybody's gonna be judging me how I dress every time I go out, and I'm a millionaire. I mean, not right now, but when I am a millionaire, I'm gonna be worried that everybody's gonna judge me how I dress, and maybe I just want to dress however I want to dress. That's why I let you guys pick the shoes that I was gonna wear. But after this thing's done, guys, I'm flip-flops for life, and I don't care if there's 4 feet of snow. I will be in flip-flops. And if you think I'm lying, you just wait. I'll take pictures and I'll prove it. I wear flip-flops anywhere. It doesn't matter. Rain or shine, does not matter. Flip-flops and shorts, as long as I got a jacket and a beanie on, I'm good to go. He did have on a belt, AP. He did. You weren't there. I don't know. It was just for that event. All right, guys, it's 12:07. It's time to take a look at the numbers one more time. You guys are like, run those other numbers again. I can't wait for people to come back and be like, "Hey, can you run those numbers again? We heard you did something with some numbers. Can you show a little something to us?" let me show you something. Let me show you something. All right, let's take a look at these doggone numbers. See what's going on here with our favorite stonk in the whole wide world. Let's see here. Give me 1 second while I move some screens around. While I manipulate the numbers in the background. Oh, man. Off exchange. An hour ago it was 59.79%, and the EDGX was 10.08. I expect to see these numbers to go down since price was rising. 59.71 and 10.29. If those numbers are going up and price is going up, there's a lot of buying pressure. Yep, it did go up 70%. Not much. It did go up a little bit though. 70% of our total volume going through off exchanges. That means a lot of buying pressure. As of an hour ago, there was 6.7 million shares having been returned. It's now 6.23, so there was a decrease on the amount of shares being returned. That's going to have a very slight increase on our short interest percentage of the free float to 19.06%. Cost to borrow is at 22.13. Cost to borrow max is at 34.08. Cost to borrow min is 12.51. Excuse me. Oh, by the way, guys, that data, because I know a lot of you guys are going to go run off and, say like there's 1.222 billion or 1.3 billion shares that are loaned out that haven't been returned. Before you do that, remember to mention to people that it was data for the last year and 15 days. I didn't pull back to January, or I didn't pull back to October of 2020. And I need you to remember that, because if I go back even further, the chances are that you're going to see a much bigger number. Very, very big number. So we can pull that out in a little bit here, and I can run the numbers on that as well. Just so long as you guys don't judge me. Any judging, and I just won't feel like doing it. For those of you who are just joining in right now, 163.3 million shares on loan currently. That's a drop of 27 million shares over the last 72 hours. That's bullish. I know it doesn't sound like it, and I know that our short interest of the free float is dropping, but this is a bullish thing to see short interest closing out. Taking a look at the options. I feel like I should have done this like so long ago now. At $14, at a $14 strike price, an hour ago there was 17.3 thousand contracts that were opened in volume for the day today. It's now 23.9. At a $13 strike price for the puts, an hour ago there were 6.3 thousand contracts. There's now 7.4, officially giving us a 3-to-1 in calls to puts, and still signaling for a 12.5 closing price by the end of the day today. According to Fidelity, AMC's 16th most heavily traded stock based off of orders. We have a 66% buy to 34% sell ratio. And GME is running in 25th here with 62% buys to 38% sales. Both those percentages of buy to sell order ratios are decent. Trigger price is $12.29. Shares available to borrow. No change since this increased. And the fees have gone up ever so slightly from 20.6 to 20.8. Yeah. Somebody borrowed one. Usually it only reports a new value if something changes. And so I was trying to figure out what the change was between this 1216 reporting and 1248 reporting, and it's one share. One share was pulled from an ETF here, 6,623 to 6,622. So whatever. Somebody pulled something. Out of the money calls, we have 128.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 34,000 contracts that are in the money. 54.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.99, Dow Jones is down 0.7, S&P 500 is down 0.67. We currently have more decliners in the market than advancers, with 4,122 decliners to 2,675 advancers. The VIX is up 2.59%, IWB is down 0.73, IWD is down 0.49, IWM is down 0.62%, Tesla is down 1.04%, Amazon is down 2.54%, Cinemark up 2.55%, Doge is down 6.44%, Bitcoin is down 5.14% and at 19,000 a coin. I stutter, guys. I stutter. I'm not even trying to make fun of anybody. I legit stutter sometimes. I couldn't even get coin out. Ooh, that was rough. I really want to have a friend that has Tourette's. Because what would end up happening is I would start talking like them because of the kind of person that I am. I have like this addictive personality that people I hang around with. and I would legit start talking like them, and I think that would be hilarious. Do you have Tourette's? No. Motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding. GME is, it would be funny. It would be funny to me. I think it's hilarious. I think they would be great friends. GME is down 0.48%, HYMC is down 4.78%, Hood is down 2.54%, NCMI is down 2.05%, and AMC is down 7.7%. Outflow, we have more inflow than outflow by roughly just a little less than $500,000. 16.77 million. Excuse me a second, I gotta clear my throat. 16.77 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. Looks like we're on pace for about 29 million shares for the day today. I suggest in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million. So again, barring some kind of strange run up in volume in the later half of the day today, we should see that should be pretty accurate. And I just realized earlier that I said the market's signaling for a 1250 close, and I meant 1350. I don't know why I said 1250. On the weekly. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.82, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.12, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, and what appears to be a divergence of the numbers coming in the futures with RSI averaging 54.86. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.61, which is elevated. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57, which is elevated. And with that, maybe we should get an idea for where we're heading to. In just a minute. In just a minute, because I want to see what it is you guys are writing. Sam says, I have a theory. I have ADD and I was born premature. I don't think I was. What do you call a cheap circumcision? A ripoff. Ow, that's bad. I'm okay with that myself. That'll work. Thick coming in with the reverse repo, 2.329 thrilly. I love it. I love it, dude. I love you, man. No homo. I love that you're putting it in there. 2.329 thrilly with the face just cracks me up even more though, because it's like thrilly, thriller. Oh man, it's a new all-time high. Captain says, Casey Shaw, I made fun of a guy that had Tourette's at a Baskin Robbins, but I didn't know he had it. He wouldn't swear, but he had twitches, and I thought he was making fun of me, so I started mimicking him. Yeah, that's not cool. I wouldn't do that. I feel genuinely terrible for people who have Tourette's, and I would do everything that I possibly could to make their life more fun. I've seen a couple videos on YouTube. Saw a documentary one time of guys that had Tourette's, and there's this lady that does YouTube videos while she's cooking, I think. She cooks and then she has Tourette's, and watching her try to crack eggs is, I would hang out with her all the time. I'd be like, let's go make something. We're baking a cake. We're baking a cake today because that's going to be fun. And we would laugh. We would laugh together so hard, and I would break eggs with her. I would totally break eggs with her. They're not making yardsticks any longer. It sounds like a joke Derek's putting out here. Danny, I want to. I don't want to take away from the moment that you're going to be able to have with Adam Aaron um, by asking you to say anything. Just whatever. If you could just tell him Casey's really still feels really bad about breaking that mug. Uh, just tell him that. I know I don't really want to take away from your moment though. So don't say it if if it doesn't cross your mind, don't think of it. As if that makes any sense. But yeah, don't go out of your way to say that for me. But if it comes across your mind at all, say it. I don't know. Yeah, I probably would have done the same thing to you, Captain. I don't know. I don't know, yo. I really don't know the answer to that question. Um, I don't know how high the ceiling could possibly be on it. It's a great question. I really don't know the answer. At some point, you know, The Feds have got to be looking at those numbers. Janet Yellen, especially, she's got to be looking at those numbers and probably going like, yeah, this isn't getting any better. Hey, Pilot, you and me, we hanging out, buddy. We're hanging out. We're gonna have a good time. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about doing that, LA, shipping a mug to him. What I should have you know what a great thing to would have said? I could have handed him the mug and said, I needed the handle to make more synthetics. So all you get is this partial mug. I should have said that. That would have been priceless. That would have been absolutely priceless to hand him a broken mug and said, I needed the handle to make more synthetics. So you just get this partial mug. Oh man, that would have been good. But I was lost. I was lost in the moment. I lost it. I was beside myself over the fact that I just played Butterfingers with the mug. Hot Koch. I know I managed to get Hot Koch out, which was a surprising thing. And I wanted to introduce my wife and say, "This is my hero." That was the other thing I was going to say to him. That didn't happen. So many regrets. Yo says, Casey, I mean, with QT and runoffs, it should be going down, right? Yeah, I mean, it should. What the hell? I know, right? So many things I could have done better. Danny says I'm gonna make a. Oh, shit. You know what, Danny? I have full faith in you, man. I have full faith in you that you will. I really don't even feel like I wasn't even gonna say anything to you at all because I knew you would make up for it. Um, I fully anticipate it. Tell him I'll buy it back later. Oh, that would have been perfect, AP. That's right. I should tell him I'll buy it back from you later. That should that would have been perfect. I think he's going to the. Is that next? Hold on a second. When's the? Isn't the movie the third? Yeah, it's next Friday. No, wait. That's Sunday. Psh, that'll never make it to you overnight. I'm not paying that kind of money for that. No regrets. Hmm. I would do that, LA, but my wife would never see it. She doesn't even have a Twitter account. Micah says, Casey, what is the most important is that your wife knows that you appreciate her as much as you do. I would bet that she does know. I think she does, but it's the moment. It's the for her, in my opinion. This is just my opinion, and she may not agree with me, but I think it's doing the things at the right moment that really kind of touches her heart. So, and I missed out. So it's kind of like, ah, son of a gun. Oh my gosh. Myself said, Danny, bring a tube of glue so he can fix it. Casey said to give this to you. I'm not sure what's funnier. That's pretty good. Alrighty, guys. There was something I was going to do. Oh, yes. We were going to take a look at the numbers from earlier that all I did was minimize it. I haven't been working on it at all. Nothing's changed. But we're going to do the same thing that I did earlier. We're going to do it for a different date, though. So in order to do that, I'm going to have to move this data over to the side. Let me think about how to do this because I don't want the next. I'm just gonna move this. Can I do that? No, it's not gonna let me. Come on. All right, maybe this will work. Didn't work. I forget how to move it. There we go. All right. All right, so the data is moved over to the side so that when I do this, when I go down further in dates. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down one more year. So I'm going to go to 2020, 6 of 2020. And we'll do the same thing all the way to the very top to current date. So we'll go halfway through the year or the month rather of June of 2020, and we'll start the same formulas here as well, right? So we'll do equals sum. Is it 535? Oh, son of a gun, where did it go to? I'm just gonna type this in because I'm pretty sure it's 03 or I3 to I535. And just verify that the data is correct. It is 535. Let me make sure it's 03. It is, or I3 rather. It is I3. Okay, so data is correct. Oh no, 5, right there. You guys, it's funny. H3. And we'll add some commas in here. All right, so now when we do 2 years worth of data, the number that we had before, in case you guys were wondering, you couldn't remember, the number we had before was 1.38 billion shares difference compared to 2.6 billion shares, which actually is really doggone close to the number that I said that I can prove. It's a slight bit more than what I have from the Say Technologies vote, which is 2.37 billion. So it's actually really close to that value. But what you got to remember though too is this is just the amount of shares that are on loan. This has nothing to do with anything else other than what's on loan. It doesn't count for shares owned by institutions. It doesn't count for What else doesn't it account for? It doesn't account for synthetic shares that are created through rehypothecation. If you believe that to be a true thing, but of course, I know there's going to be doubters, so I don't know. Whatever. Just throwing it out there. That's the data for 2 years worth of information. Those are simply, all that is, Mac and B's, is it's taking the security lending volume that's occurred over the last 2 years and subtracting out what's been returned. And then adding in the amount of shares that are currently on loan, which is 163 million shares, adding that into there. So it's just loan shares. How many have been loaned versus how many have been returned over a 2-year span? The first number was a 1-year span, and then the second number was a 2-year span. I didn't hand him the cup myself until after I shook his hand, I think. Um, I don't know if I want. I'm gonna say no, Danny. I mean, I do want to interview Hot Koch. I don't want to interview Adam Aaron, but it's not because I don't want to talk to Adam Aaron. It's because I would prefer to not be some. I don't want there to be. I don't know how to say it. I don't want there. I want him to be able to communicate with the community. I don't want to betray. That's just throw it out there. I don't want there to be a wedge between me and Adam Aaron, and I feel like he can say 2 weeks, and he can say, I feel like he can say, I can send him an idea about Cracker Jacks. Remember back in the day when we used to get Cracker Jack prizes out of boxes? What if it, like one in every 100 packages, and then he talks about it twice in 2 different things. I just don't want to have that wedge between us, and I would rather him to be able to continue to um, say things and do things that without there being some kind of connection between us. I don't know how else to say it. It sounds rude. It sounds really rude, but I would just prefer not to. Yeah, I know, Stone. You know what I didn't like? And it was kind of a trend last year. A whole bunch of YouTubers started saying things like the DD is all done. There's no more DD left. There's nothing else to see here. That pissed me off something fierce, Stone. Part of the reason why this whole channel is even in existence is because of that. I'm like emphasizing my word because of that. I kid you not, man. I knew this. We're making history here. We are absolutely 100% making history here, and I believe that this is going to be a historical event that people look back on in the future. And the DD will go on for years. There will be things that they find out about this play decades from now that nobody had any idea about. And that pissed me off. It really, really pissed me off when everybody was saying the DD's done. I was like, screw you. It is not over. Because to sit there and say the DD is done means we've done our job, and we have not done our job yet. Our job is not done. That's when the DD just starts to begin. Because that's when we'll really find out things that we didn't know. All right, Fuzzy Wuzz, you're welcome. When I stopped watching Lou, because I did watch him for a while. I mean, it's hard not to watch a train wreck. The very first time I stopped watching him, I turned it on. No. Yeah, the very first time I stopped watching was when I turned it on, and right midstream he was saying, "We need to stop calling ourselves apes." And I was like, "You don't know what this is. You don't know what it is you're involved in. If you don't understand what all people equal means, why do you need to say? Why would you say that? Why would you say don't call ourselves apes anymore?" And I was a little offended by that. I was offended by the idea that he thought that we shouldn't, of all people, suggesting that there could be some misconstrued context of what's being said when you say ape. I was like, dude, you're the last person in the world to be telling people that they need to be socially more politically correct in what they say. I was like, BS, man, you can't sell that to me. And and then the second time was when I don't remember what happened actually the second time. That might have actually been the second time. The first time was something else. He said something else, and I was like, I can't agree with that. I just can't. I don't know. There's two times. I think the second time might have been the time where I was just like, no more. I'm done. Yeah, it really did hurt. It hurt a lot because if you've been in this from the beginning, if you know what apes is all about and what it stands for and what it means, for somebody to sit there and tell you that you shouldn't be that anymore was very offensive. Share price right now is 13.73, Mark. I found it more offensive that he would suggest that we not call ourselves that than suggest the fact that it was derogatory. So, you know what I do? And you guys are all sitting there going like you're a YouTuber. You can't, you're just saying that just to say it. And I'm not. I'm not, guys. I don't really feel, I don't think of myself as a YouTuber. But when I don't like what it is that somebody's saying and it's contrary to what it is that helps move us in the right direction, I stop watching. Why? Because I don't want to give that person views. I don't want to give them the position to be able to tell people things that I think are not right for the community. So I stop watching. It's the views that cause people to come back for more and more and more. When those views go away, those people go away, or they change what they're saying. Because that's what matters to them more than anything is how many views they're getting. And I won't give it to them. They don't get my views. And I would hope that you guys would do the same to me. I hope you guys, if you guys think that I'm saying things that is not right or not appropriate, because guess what? I don't really care how many people are watching me. I'm here for the history. I really don't. I love you all. I'm not saying I don't love you, but it's not going to make a difference to me one way or the other because I want to see us win. And winning is more important to me than uh, uh, anything really. I'm tired of seeing retail lose. We've lost so many battles. We lost 2001, 2000, whatever you want to call it. We lost 2001. We lost 2008. My parents suffered through well, I say suffer, but they didn't really suffer. I mean, there's real suffering out there. But they got hit in 2008. I'm not even, I mean, there's so many people around the world that got hit in 2008. It's not even just the US. People got hurt around the world. Nothing like the pain. My parents experienced nothing like the people around the world that got hit in 2008 because of the US and our corrupt economy. I can't even compare. And I'm just tired of seeing people get screwed over because there's rich people out there that are just so greedy that they're willing to manipulate the market in the ways that they're doing. I think so too, Fat Lips. I hope people understand what it is that they're holding. Welcome to the channel, by the way. I haven't seen the name before. And AW also, welcome. Thanks, Micah. You didn't have to say a nice thing. I'll still say happy birthday to you later. But I appreciate that compliment. Guys, it is Micah's birthday today. If you haven't heard, say happy birthday if you haven't already. Yeah, I hear you, Stone 23. I'm sorry for your loss. Nothing can replace that. Ah, it got to me, man. It got to me. It's rough. Look at that, Micah. All those people giving you shout outs there. It's really cool. What do we got going on here with the poll today? The 2 weeks has kind of lost its luster a little bit. It's gone down a little bit in the votes. We've got 1 week is actually starting to kind of trend up, but so is the 4 weeks plus. Hey, has anybody confirmed Lisa's data for the PC inflation? I didn't confirm that yet, and I just want to make sure that that's accurate. I'm not doubting her. It's just I want to check it. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick here. I don't usually have the PEC or the PCE data just pulled up on my screen. I have the PCI, but not the let's see here. .3 May is 6.3. So no real. So it went from 6.6 in March to 6.3 in May. So is that a it's a hold. It's not moving. All right. So we're holding where we're at right now in consumption. I hope so, Micah. That's my hope. me just make sure that PCE inflation index rises 0.6 in May, core up 0.3. That's not what I'm seeing here. Change from month 1 year ago. Current release. Okay, hold on a second here. So PCE excluding food and energy actually went down from 4.9 to 4.7. But the PCE itself, percent change from 1 year ago. Okay, I'm seeing 0.7. Previous and revised is 0.3. $2012 or chain 12. No, that's not the right number. Man, this is so difficult to find. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Sounds like I got food here for me, guys, so I'm probably going to take my next break a little bit early here. I'm going to do numbers maybe in about 12 minutes and then take right off. I might start the numbers just a tad bit early. And services increased 0.3%. Okay, so real PCE decreased 0.4%, goods decreased 1.6%, and services increased 0.3%. The PCE price index increased 0.6%. Excluding food and energy, the PCE price index increased 0.3%. Okay, 6 and 3. Are those the numbers she had listed? Let's see here. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. I got it now. Jeffrey says you should go eat before it gets cold. It can always be heated up. It might already be cold anyways. I hear the microwave going off right now, so it might already be cold. Did we get an increase in volume here? It certainly did seem like we did. Nothing crazy though. Most of it still stayed underneath 200,000 shares a minute. For those of you who are kind of newer to the channel, I like to see 250,000 shares a minute. That tells me we're on a really good pace. But none of these minutes are even close to 200,000. So we're not getting the volume we need to see. But we're getting some good price improvement though. The volume's just still really, really low. I'm going to go check the news real quick here and see what we got going on. Let's see here. The Mary Sue. I have no idea what that is. There's a website called the Mary Sue that's saying how to get AMC's collectible Thor Love and Thunder popcorn bucket. If you have not seen that bucket yet, it is definitely looking like a cool collectible. Let me show it to you guys. Oh, that does not look cool the way they're holding it. Excuse me. Confirmed Thor Love and Thunder popcorn bucket available in AMC theaters beginning July 7th. Who's going all in on this? And can you tag me in pics so I can see what it looks like out in the wild? This was Eric Davis here that posted this, but that looks really kind of cool. I think it's really kind of a neat tin that they got. We got the Jurassic Park tin when we went to Jurassic Park, the doubleheader, to go watch that one. I think it looks pretty cool. And you guys didn't hear this from me. But my mom said when we went to the movie theater, if you buy the tin separately and then buy yourself a large popcorn, you can save a couple bucks. You didn't hear it here. Alrighty, guys, let's take a look at the numbers here. I'm going to start a little bit early so I can go grab that food. The Minions have a tin too. I haven't seen that one, Joe. Joe, I feel like I've seen this name. Joe, I feel like I've seen your name before. Has it been a while since you've been here? Or are you new? That's not JP, is it? I feel like that's JP on another account. All right, let me pull up. Oh, you log on really early? Okay. Let me go ahead and update Fidelity real quick here, guys, and I'll take you over to do numbers. I know it's a little bit earlier than normal, but I got some food waiting on me over here, so we're gonna I'm gonna sign off for my second break a little bit earlier than normal. And you know what? I'm gonna take the whole time anyways. I'm gonna, I'm gonna leave you guys alone for like an hour. How do you like that? Not quite an hour, a little bit less. Taking you guys over to the other page here while I move a couple screens around. Alrighty, let's take a look at what we got going on. First in the off exchange, 59.71 and 10 something because I didn't write it down or say it fast enough. 60.26 and 10.29. These numbers are increasing as price is increasing. Oh man, I cannot use the keyboard. The total amount is 70.55. That's about a 0.5% higher than what it was an hour ago because we were at 70 earlier. And price is still rising with the increased volume going through the off exchange. So that's pretty bullish. Let's see. Let's look at the amount of shares on Ortex that have been returned so far. An hour ago it was 6.23 million. It is now 6.57 million. That's an increase of return shares, dropping down that percentage of the free float in short interest down by 0.01 to 19.03. Our cost to borrow average is dropping, still at 21.77%. The cost to borrow max is 34.08 and 12.51 for min. For those of you who are just joining for the day today, we have shares on loan at 163.31 million shares on loan. That is approximately 27 million shares less than what it was 3 days ago, 72 hours ago. What does that mean? It's bullish. It is definitely bullish. They're closing out short interest, a lot of it. And the reason that they do that is because they know price is going to start running. Nobody wants to have short interest open on their books when price runs. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of calls at a $14 strike price an hour ago was 23.9 thousand contracts. It's now 28.4. Highest amount of puts at a $13 strike price an hour ago was 7.4 thousand contracts. That's now 9.4. That's a 3-to-1 ratio. So we have more call volume than put volume by 3-to-1, and still signaling for a 1350 close as of right now. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is currently in 16th with 65% buys to 35% sales. We're buying the dip, or the rip. Buying the rip, which is a good thing. We always need pressure. Buying pressure is always good. GME is 25th with a 63% buy to 37% sale. They need more volume. Trigger price, $12.29 would have been the trigger price for SSR. Shares borrowed in the last hour, 0. The fees for borrowing is still at 20.8%. 128.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 34,000 contracts that are in the money. 54.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.45, Dow Jones is down 0.29, and S&P 500 is down 0.19. We currently have 3,883 decliners to 2,971 advancers. The market's starting to take a swing towards the top side here. We have the VIX only up 1.99%, not the crazy 5 or 6% that we had earlier this morning. However, most of the market is down that I'm looking at. IWB is down 0.23, IWD is down 0.05, IWM is down 0.17. Tesla's down 0.21, Amazon is down 1.4, Cinemark is up 2.42, Doge is down 6.16, Bitcoin is down 5% and at 19,000 a coin. GME is down 0.35, HYMC is down 4.78, Hood is down 2.07, NCMI is down 0.23, and AMC is up 0.7%. Taking a look at outflow versus inflow, there's currently $2 million more in outflow than inflow. We're getting really close to hitting 20 million shares traded for the day today with about 120 minutes left to go. On the dot, 270 minutes have traded. That's putting us at a 27.3 million share traded day pace. That will more than likely be very close. Might be a little bit further down than that, maybe 26, 25 range. That is within the 20 to 40 million shares that I suggested would happen in pre-market. More selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 41.26, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.14, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 59.24, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.27, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.88, which is above average. I mean, that really kind of looks like a weird cup and handle kind of shape here, but I want to try to get an idea for where we're heading to. I feel like... You feel like what? Let's see here. I think we're I don't want this line to be confusing. I think this is an ascending wedge. Price is rising, volume's falling. My guess is that if I draw a trend channel on this, it's going to show that it's pointing towards the, well, let's see, top, which means it's going to break out down. More than likely, I'm thinking this is going to break out down. I would probably draw the breakout period maybe somewhere really close to probably the end of the day. But more than likely, because this is such a very, very steep ascending wedge, that will probably break out much, much sooner than then. Likely while I'm on break. So probably right around there. Yep, 15. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Just a suggestion. Don't know for sure if that's going to be the case or not, but that's what I would suggest. I think it's probably going to happen. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to head off to break here. And Francis is like, Casey long break equals price run. Let's hope for it. Let's hope I'm wrong, completely wrong on this, and we get some kind of run instead. I'm okay with that. I'll see you guys in just a bit.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Auto. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Iced tea chillin', sit back and recline. Keep bad vibes on your side of the line. Don't call my phone, yeah, I'm doing fine. Look at the time, run with the lime. What you got? I don't need, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm a fronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la, la la la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Get it and go. You wanna come to my show? Sit in the front of the row. I'ma just have to say no. Attitude is stinking, yeah, you might need detergent. I'ma have to break it to you, baby, you ain't perfect. What you got? I don't need, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm a fronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la, la la la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, don't keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that dummy. Ooh, child. Listen, I done had enough. Just keep getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip. Just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. What you gon' find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. I'm the life is giving lemons every second and hour. I think I used to be sweeter, but now I'm feeling too sour. I used to feel on top and now I'm losing my power. Now I just do it, get a check and get a meal and devour. I ran out of juice to make the lemonade. Lawyers like a bass, maybe I'm afraid. But only I don't have to operate. Feeling really fast when I hit the skip, getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. What you gon' find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. I'm the I don't want 'em no more. No, I don't want 'em no lemons. No lemons, no. I don't want 'em no more. No, I don't want 'em no lemons. No getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Smell her on your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. I can smell her on your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. I surrender to you. Oh, you mark down my heart. I surrender to you. Nothing keeps us apart.
Well, that song sounds like it has a little bit of like a REM kind of feel to it. But welcome back, guys. It's that time of the day. Sorry about being a little late there. Whew, a little bit out of breath. Running around here. Whew. Run upstairs, run downstairs, run upstairs, run downstairs. Good to see you guys back here. Looks like we broke out of this ascending wedge here a little bit earlier than I anticipated with the box. Not too many minutes. It looks like it was only maybe like 4 or 5 minutes too early. But it definitely did break out of the ascending wedge, giving us kind of a closing. Looks like we're supporting $13.43 right now. That line of support for the Fibonacci retracement. Welcome to the Power Hour. Happy birthday. Happy birthday toast to Micah. Probably he's a young, nice age of, we'll guess 31. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I have no idea. Happy birthday, Micah Allen. May you have a rest of the excellent day today, not just today's trading movement where we're down 1.61%. But this is part of the bang phase, guys, where price remains relatively the same and just lowering of volume. Hold on a second, I got a cough. I think I ate a French fry too wrong. You're like, how do you eat a French fry wrong? I think it went down the wrong pipe. I've been having coughing problems ever since I ate the French fry. So cheers to your birthday, Micah. I'm sure you're probably like 31 or less. 48? Holy moly. Wouldn't have guessed. Wouldn't have guessed, sir. Cheers to you and your 48th birthday. Ah, yes. The taste of a nice beer. No, I did not stick a French fry up my nose. Again. Stop eating them sideways, Sam says. That might help. That could possibly help. Myself says, I think Casey is about the only one who has zero financial motivation. In general? Are you speaking in general terms, or are you speaking about? I know what you're talking about. How does a French fry get out of your lung? I have no idea. How? Especially when they're crinkle cut. Seems like it's like even more damaging. The worst part about it was when I started coughing, you ever hear those people that do those videos and they start laughing and then they go like, they have that weird like at the end of the laugh. Every time I start coughing, it was just like, it was a normal cough and then followed by that weird sound that some people make at the end of their laugh. It was weird. All right, taking you guys over to the other page here. I don't think Jana's actually got a joke. I think she was legitimately asking, how does a French fry get out of your lung? I don't know. Let's hope it just kind of dissolves. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication set up for your account on your brokerage, you might want to consider it if they have it. Could potentially save you from a problem in the future. And let's see what we got going on for numbers here. Starting with off exchange. 60.26 and 10.29 an hour ago. It is now 60.45 and 10.12. giving us 70.57% of our total volume going through the off exchange so far for the day today. I think that's a little bit higher, very fractionally, I think, higher than what it was maybe an hour ago. Maybe fractionally higher. Taking a look at Ortex data here. An hour ago, we had 6.57 million shares having been returned. It's now 5.82. So a little bit more has been borrowed. That's going to raise the short share interest of the free float to 19.09%. Cost to borrow average is 22.44%. The high is the max is 34.08, and the min is 12.51. Shares on loan for those of you who are just joining for the day today, 163.31 million shares. That is 27 million less than what it was 3 days ago. That's bullish. Institutions, specifically hedge funds that are short, have a lot of short interest that's open, will typically try to close those positions just prior to a run up. So it's extremely bullish. Taking a look at options. At a $14 strike price, an hour ago there was 28.4 thousand contracts. There's now 32,000 contracts. On the puts, at a $13 strike price, there was 9.4 thousand contracts. There's now 10.5. 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts in volume, and still signaling for a 13.50 closing price for the day today. AMC is trading 16th with the most amount of trades according to Fidelity, with 62% buys to 38% sales. GME is coming in at 25th with 64% buys to 36% sales. SSR trigger price for the day today is $12.29. Shares available to borrow has not changed since earlier. Actually, they did borrow 100 shares. So somebody borrowed 100 shares. But the fees have dropped from 20.8 to 20.5%. 138.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 23.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 50.847 million contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.8, Dow Jones is down 1.26, and the S&P 500 is down 1.34. We currently have 4,682 decliners to 2,256 advancers. The attempt for the market to go back to the green side was failed. VIX is up 2.17. Those of you who put in a vote on the amount of time that you think it's going to take, I'm kind of looking at it a little bit more. I know I said 2 weeks earlier, but I'm starting to look at it some more. I'm actually going to change my vote to 3 weeks. I think maybe we hit 35. Taking a look at IWB, we've got it's down 1.43. IWD is down 1.14. IWM is down 1.4. Tesla is down 2.37. Amazon is down 3.04. Cinemark is up 0.54. Doge is down 7.79. Bitcoin is down 6.02 and under 19K at 18.88K per coin. GME is down 1.78. HYMC is down 3.91. HOOD is down 4.13. NCMI is down 4.18. And AMC is down 1.58. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $5 million more in outflow than inflow. 21.85 million shares having been traded so far. With what kind of pace are we on here? Looks like we're on pace for about 24.5 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded, so that's looking like it's going to be on target. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. Why can't I move this? There we go. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.5, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.37. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.61, which is about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.41, which is about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.88, which is below average. It does look like we've supported 1343. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again here. Okay, so you think there might be a run up. So the only indicator that I really rely on the most, the big tramp, to tell me when I think that there's a big run up coming, would be the on loan average age per day. It has been consistently reliant. There's only been, I think, maybe twice in the last year and a half that we've been in this play that it's signaled incorrectly. But each time that it signaled incorrectly, it was due to the fact that there was share dilution that occurred at that time. And obviously, when there's share dilution, when new shares hit the market, institutions are going to grab those up, suck them up really quick, and use those to pay off some of the positions that they have, right? And so, as it would make sense, your on loan amount's going to dip when that happens. So, the only time, so essentially that indicator is flawless in my opinion at predicting price runs. And right now it's dipping, and we have to wait for it to see a bottom. And then when it does hit a bottom and we have 2 days of upwards movement on it, that's why I will announce to you that I see a true bottom, and I will say count down 15 business days, because somewhere between then and 15 business days, that will likely start seeing the big price run. Yeah, I respect Tony a lot, guys. I don't want there to be any kind of, I've said it before. I don't have a problem with people who want to make money in this for putting in their time in this community. I don't have a problem with that. I think everybody who puts in their time should get paid for what they do, if they want to get paid. Um, just because I happen to be in a different position doesn't necessarily mean that I'm perfect or I'm better or I'm whatever you want to call it. It just means that I'm in a different position. That's it. However, I will say people who are profiteering off of people within this play, who are not looking out for the community, who are giving bad information, that's what I have a problem with. I have a problem when you give really shitty information and you're charging people for it. That's not cool. I have a problem. I have a major, major problem with people who are grifting. So, I really don't view people who are charging for the time that they put in as grifters. I view the grifters as the people who are giving bad information. Yeah, you're welcome, Duncan. I was going to clarify. I always clarify the difference. So, and I think it's important to recognize, who's giving out good information, who's not getting out good information. But I'm not going to be the one. I'm trying not to be the one who's going to be telling you that. I think you got to figure it out for yourself. Yeah, I don't, like I said, Dr. Zena, I don't have any problem with it. And if I did have a problem with it, I would probably mention something, you know? You know what I'm saying? I would say like, this person's not cool. Like if I had a very serious problem with what the person was doing, I would mention names. But it's got to be pretty serious. Like straight up like this, like Lou. He has given some very bad advice to this community before, telling everybody that we just need to all stop buying and sell and telling people to sell their shares. Uh, no, no, you can't do that. That's a big no-no. Sitting there telling everybody that we don't need to have buying pressure, what's the worst that could happen? That's a big no-no. You don't do that. That's not what you can't do that kind of stuff. And I have a problem with it, so I'll say it. But call it like I see it. Casey, do you think they'll make this last for 2 weeks, sir? It's such. You're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me for eventually for saying 2 weeks. I know it. You know, I told Tony and Froggy in the after hours the Sunday before the Monday that he said we should all sell shares. I told him privately. I said, you know what's going to happen is the price is going to run when people sell their shares back into the market because the institutions are going to suck those things up, and as soon as they start sucking them up, you're going to see price start rising as that happens. And sure as shit, the very next week we had this massive run up to 34, 33 over the next 2 weeks. And I was sitting there just shaking my head, going like, all those people are probably buying back in for less shares than what they originally had. And then and excuse me about that, I didn't mean to burp out loud. And then on top of that, those people they're now if they did buy back in, they're now on a wash sale, and now they've reset their timer for capital. I can't even think of the name of it. Capital gain, long-term capital gains. They've reset. They now have another year to go. Uh, and Anthony's saying in Lou's defense, he never told people to sell. He said to stop buying. I feel like you're gonna force me to go back in time and find it. He may have not said it in a video, Anthony, but I believe that he said it on Twitter. So if you weren't following all the avenues, and he was with Blue Ice and saying that he was going to be doing what Blue Ice was doing, and recommended that we all listen to that advice, and that was Blue Ice was saying sell. So he said if he didn't say it, he said it in a round enough about way that it was pretty evident what he was saying. Yeah, in a space call, and Anthony and Froggy recorded it in this. Yeah, I'm positive I remember hearing it. I know for a fact that I heard him say sell. So it's like I feel like I'm being challenged to go back in time and find it, and I'm not going to because it's not worth my time or my effort because there's better things to do. But I know what I heard, and I recall him saying that, and we can just choose to disagree. But maybe you didn't hear it where you were watching, but I know I heard it, and I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place, and you can almost think of me as like a hub because when somebody says something, everybody comes to me and says, "Look at this. Look what he said right here," and then I have to go watch it. So it's like I heard it. Yeah, Dr. Zena says who's given so much bad advice, take your pick. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's when I have a problem and I'll say a name, but I mean, I prefer not to though. Yeah, Jabibs is saying it was a space call. I'm pretty sure it was a space call. I forget where I hear things sometimes just because I'm all over the place, but I heard it. No, I know, Anthony. I sat there and listened to him. I sat there and listened to what it was he was saying, and I'm not even gonna I'm not gonna even suggest the fact that that some of the money that may be going towards our purchases may not necessarily be benefiting us. But to stop buying pressure would absolutely destroy this play. It would absolutely destroy the play. I mean, it's that's essentially what happened before this became a meme stock. There was no buying pressure. And so when somebody says, "What's the worst that can happen?" Well, look what happened before we all got here. They just short the price down into oblivion and the company goes bankrupt. So, to even suggest, look what's the worst that could happen means you don't understand the mechanics behind what causes the price to move up. The better thing to have said would have probably been to have said, make sure your buy orders are going to the lit market. Because then at the very least, what you're suggesting then at that point is that if you're going to buy responsibly, right? So that you can get the most price improvement to the share price by slapping that ask, right? Heard that term before, I'm sure. Slap that ask, or buy the rip, not the dip. Those kind of things. Anyways, we ain't got to argue about it. We got enough other stuff going on, right? I don't really care. I know what's right, I know what's wrong, and I think you guys do too. We got a pretty smart group of people here. Let's see here. So did you guys want me to tweet out after the show's over today? Did you guys want me to tweet out that little section, a video where I explained, or showed how many shares were? Because I mean, I don't know. Like I feel like if I'm gonna tweet that out, I feel like I don't know. I'm gonna be like extremely self-conscious of that whole part of the live stream today where I was doing the work on Excel. Did the interest rates already go into effect? They should have from the last rate hike. They should have. My hand smells like the chicken that I ate. I should wash my hands. That smells like chicken. Finger licking good. I'm not gonna lick my fingers. Let's see if I can figure out where price is gonna go here before the end of the day. I'll tell you what. I'll just show it up on the screen really fast again, and I'll do the presentation right now, and then you guys can just, for those of you who missed it, how's that? That'll work. You guys can choose to do whatever you want with this. So this Excel spreadsheet that you're looking at right now is pulled from straight from Ortex. What's showing on this Excel spreadsheet's the date timestamp, the open, high, low, and close prices, the AMC volume, excuse me, any dividends that may have occurred, on loan amount, on loan returned, and the security lending volume that occurred. Security lending volume, for those of you who don't know what it is, man, this beer is really making me a lot of burps today. See, this is why I don't link this stuff. People come and watch it, and they go, who is this guy? He's like burp in the middle. It's like some old man version of Astro. I love you, Astro, if you're watching. Anyways, all right. So security lending volume, in case you don't know what it is, it's another form of lending of shares, but it's short term. It's mainly short term lending, and those are usually returned in short time because I would kind of think of them as like because they're such short term loans. The interest rates on these are going to be much higher compared to like regular loan shares. So they're only meant to be loaned out for just very short periods. You guys are laughing. All right, so if we move down the list here, what I basically did is I took the date. I went from we're at 6/29 now, the end of June. I went back 1 year to 2021, 6/15 of 2021, right here, and then I did I kind of moved these values to the side so we could kind of see them off to the side a little bit here. But what you have is this is the amount of total shares over that period of time that were lent through or returned. I'm sorry, the first one is returned. Here we go. I should label this shares returned. This is security lending volume. And then this one is the difference. All right, so oops. Son of a gun. No. See, this is why I don't work in front of people. There we go. All right. So what you have here is you have shares returned, security lending, and the difference between the two. So basically security lending minus the shares that were returned. Meaning that the difference is that there was 1.386 billion shares that were still more lent than returned. Then on top of that, I added H3, the column for shares on loan. So the formula for this last one, the difference is difference. I should put difference plus on loan. Difference plus on loan amount. So I added H3 plus H3, which is the very top column, which is the current amount of shares on loan, giving you a 1.83 or 1.386 billion shares more on loan since a year ago, 6/15, since 6/15 of last year. We'll scroll down a little. We'll scroll down a little bit more to a year before that. So 2 years ago, to 6/15 of 2020, same thing. Let me take all these and move them over. So we got return shares, security lending, and diff plus, there we go, plus on loan. So 2 years ago, the total amount, when you add up everything all together, the returned amount of shares was 2.164 billion shares. The total amount lent was 4.6 billion shares, and the difference plus between those two plus the on loan amount currently is 2.6 billion shares. So, there you go. Since middle of June of 2020, they have not returned 2.6 billion shares. We could go back further. I'm probably not going to do it though. But anyways, it's good stuff. And I pulled this data straight off of Ortex. Ortex will do Excel files for you. Brandon says, hey, watch this video of this guy with beer burps. Vengeance is Mine says 35 million failure to delivers on 6/3 alone. Is that on Sonko Tracker? Hold on a second. Where we got here? Failure to delivers. 6/3. Oh, I'm not looking at it. Hold up a second. This must be Ortex data reporting. They probably reported new numbers today. Oh, they did. I see 2.65. But this is amazing because let me show you why. Just this morning alone, I said this to you guys. I said I showed you and I tried to relate it to a measurement stick, and I said, we've got these two spikes. You can see the trend. Go back into the video. I talked about it earlier this morning, and I said that these are like. Hold on a second. See, this is. Oh, look, it's already here. I already got it. I drew this morning. Yeah, here it is right here. I drew this morning. I said these are like your eighths. These are your 16ths down here. You got another eighth. That should be quarters. What the hell? Why am I just so bad? I'm a terrible person. Eighth. It should be. Is that right? Quarter? Damn it! Now I got to break out a ruler. This is right. Eighth. This would be your half. This should be your half, but it's not because it's not right though. Son of a. This is why I don't do stuff live. Anyways, the point that I was trying to make earlier this morning is I was trying to say that you have two different trends here. You have an upwards trend here. You have another upwards trend here. The next reporting that we're going to have is a much larger spike followed by some downwards movement on the backside, and that spike alone right there is going to be pretty massive. And sure enough, we get the reporting in. These smaller jump ups right here are these numbers that I drew out right here, the eighths. So this number right here that jumped up really quick, really high, that's your big failure to deliver coming in. They're stacking. This is gonna really piss me off. Why can't I? Eighth, half. Yeah, that's right. Eighth, half. I don't know why I was having such a problem with that. It's my head, guys. Sometimes I'm just jacked up in the head. It should be eighth, half, and then eighth. Right? That's what we're supposed to look like. And so you have this upwards trend, and you have these generalized spikes that occur. We're going to move into the half, and that's going to be the big spike up. Those are your failure delivers there that are spiking. Although I have to say this on this failure to deliver of 2.65, that's really not as high as I'd like to see, because if you go back in history and you take a look at some of the spikes beforehand, actually it's not that bad. This was 3.69 back here, so 2.65 would be kind of like this right here. So it's getting there. I mean, it's not reporting everything. There could be like one data point right here that we're missing. That might be a slightly higher data point that we're going to find out later. Which you can almost bet that might even be that exact day right there, because there's a large day of price improvement on that day. So, but yeah, it's looking just like I was saying. We got the report in, and I'm liking it. I didn't watch it yesterday, Mexican Silverback. I forgot. Yeah, I know, Brandon. It's like really weird when I start thinking about it. It's eighths. I need to go quarter, half, three-fourths. Yeah. But I was trying to show 16th, eighths. Pro Jeweler said, Pro Jeweler said it. I don't know if you're just trying to tease me or not, Pro Jeweler, but that's so funny. The thing that you just said, Pro Jeweler, is going to be what the naysayers say. Well, it's just reported info, and we don't know that it's accurate, so it could just be all a lie. It's a lie. They're just reporting numbers way higher so that they make us think that we're it's a winning position. That's what they'll spin it off as. I guarantee it. You know, people are going to come in and they're going to sit there and try and tell you, "Oh no, no, no. That's those numbers are fake. Fake numbers." Yo says I used to sell eight. Nacha governs the thriving ACH network, the payment system that drives safe, smart, and fast direct deposits and direct payments with the capability to reach all U.S. bank and credit union accounts. Um, Mexican Silverback, where did you link me to that? Like, where was it that you linked me to it? Did you send me that information to me? Remind me where you sent it to me from. Thick. If only you knew. Captain Austin, take care, man. It's not entirely true, though, Pro Jeweler. I mean, I know where you're going with it, but it's not true. They don't just report that there's extraneous security lending. It's I can understand the idea of delayed reporting. I could understand misreporting low, but I don't see there being misreports of numbers that are too high. Let's look at it, Lost Pro. I'm gonna say the big amount of it was on May 11th, and we really started probably moving the best. I mean, the big noticeable jumps were probably starting May 25th. So you're looking at 2 weeks. I know you don't want to hear that. You know, it gets old. I understand. It does get old. But that is 2 weeks. Uh, I don't make the stuff up, guy. I mean, I know I do make it up, but it's not meant to be made up. Okay, it was Charlie. Okay, I remember now. All right, I'll try to go back and check that video from Charlie. Nacha. Cassius says we got to get more of the community to the light. I know what you're saying, Cassius, but you know what though? I'm not the light. I think that's what you're saying, but I'm not the light. You guys are the light, to be truthful. Every single one of you guys are the light here. I expect you guys to be informed and to go out into the community. And you don't have to say who. You don't have to say where you got it from. I don't want any credit. You just go out into the community and you say what it is that you see. Show people. Show people what it is that you're seeing and help others to understand what you're seeing. Don't just take it from me. Go out and actually show people because you'll be the best at what it is you do if you teach and not just point. Don't just point, be a teacher. You'll know your information so much better. I know there's like so many other ways I could be saying what it is I'm saying, but I hate words. You guys know what I'm saying. You guys are the light. The community is the light. You guys go out, understand what it is that you've seen, know where to get the information, and you go out and you teach. You are a teacher. You just don't want to. You don't think you're a teacher, but you are. Every single one of us is a teacher. We're born with it. And if you don't believe it, don't have kids. Because you got to teach them. Sam says, be a shower rather than a grower. Thanks, Thick. Yeah, me too, Cassius. Me too. And I got issues. And I don't want to be a YouTuber. And I don't like talking. And I hate drama. And all these other things. I really do. Not like them. And yet here I am. Mexican Silverback, I'm copying it down because tomorrow when you ask me, because I know you're going to ask me tomorrow, I want to have watched it. So I'm just copy what you wrote and I'm putting it down in my notes. Yeah, I know it's a skill, Cassius. You don't have to go on hours a day. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do. If you go onto Reddit and you type up a message, if you go onto Twitter and you type out a tweet, or you just talk to a coworker, it doesn't matter what you do. You just do it. It's what you love, or you wouldn't be here. So tell people what you're learning. Share. Make your own community. Let's see here. I know it sounds painful, Cassius. I know it sounds like things you don't want to do. I'll let you borrow it, Mexican Silverback, but if you bring it back with bullet holes in it, I'm gonna be pissed. just saying. I appreciate it, Jana. But I there's nothing special about me. I'm one of you guys. We're apes. All people equal. There's nothing special about me. You guys are the special ones. Honestly, truthfully and honestly, you guys are the special ones. I just get to be a part of it. Lost process. So how long can they have the security lending till they need to return it? And I believe it's like a loan until they can't afford to. They can keep those indefinitely. But they should, I would imagine, and I don't know this to be the truth, but I would imagine that a short-term loan would have higher interest rates. So it's going to hurt. It's going to be more painful the more security lending that they have than just regular on-loan shares. So in terms of, max pain for those who loan shares, the more you see that security lending spiking, the more pain they're experiencing. Micah, happy birthday again to you, and may you have a great rest of the day on your birthday. Tim says, "Here's what I've learned. It's hard to beat an algorithmic computer." It's oftentimes I've related it to like playing against a master chess player, right? And none of us are master chess players. You're never going to win, and the only way you win against a master chess player is by not playing them, because you can't lose. And that's exactly what we're doing by buying and holding. We're not playing the master chess game with the chess players. We're saying, no, we're not playing that game anymore. We're going to play my game where I don't lose. And it hurts them. But you know what, guys? I hate to tell you this, but it's the end of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest, because tomorrow's Friday! Oh man, spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go out and see a movie or something, or wait till the weekend. Wait till the weekend to go see a movie, but above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.